I had one person call me about the paper, but that's it. It was beautiful.
Alex, can I get the computer set up? Please, I'm sorry.
We have nobody.
Yeah.
Saturday,
You have nobody?
Sunday, nobody, only one neighbor that has been there 3 times. He really wants a house, and he's a mortgage officer, but he inherits a house, 3 houses away from that one, from the ground floor. And it's like, okay, I inherited this one, but it's going to be mine when that's like that. But I have this, I want to use it, I want to use my money. And he wants to buy that one, but he's still like, it's fighting to buy it, yes. And he has inspection, property disclosures, everything, I provide him everything. Then I find out he was a mortgage officer for us, the USA, but here.
But still, he's probably not qualified.
No, it is qualified, everything, but still don't, the risk.
The
It's like
risk.
your first time, he's bringing the risk. And he was the only one again, Sunday, Saturday, a lot of people. And Cece helped me with this one. And she left the open house signs, but hers don't have hours. People was knocking at the doors of my clients at 8 at night.
Thinking that it was.
Open house because it's sunny. People forget about this. She don't have the thing
The
for the
times,
numbers.
for the times.
I have mine with numbers. Hers don't have times. And people was knocking at the door at 8 o'clock. And I told my client, like, up to you. If you want to let them in, I'm very sorry, we're not there at 8 o'clock. Say, people, it's coming up this late. It's sunny. It's on the list.
Oh, interesting.
Sunday, nobody.
If I leave my open house signs up over the weekend, I just take up the last 2 ones by the house so they don't know what house to go to.
Oh, gotcha. That's a good.
So they don't bother my clients.
Yeah, they did.
I don't want
Saturday,
to put them up every day. I'll just leave them.
Yeah, but it was not your house, not the location. It's just the lovely weather.
I think you're right. I was jealous. I was like, I want to be outside.
Cece called me, she's like, can I quit? Can I stop the open house? Up to you, Cece. I'm not going to force you to stay there, and then again, she texted me, I did a commitment. I'm going to stay. Stay.
Good for you. Wow, people have commitments. What? Okay. So Aaron, what'd you do in real estate since I've seen you last? I want to hear a bunch.
I don't even remember the last time I saw you.
Okay.
I think it was at your place the week before.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, I think I owe your daughter a little marker, maybe.
Possibly.
Possibly a little marker.
Yeah, she's.
I think we found a
Okay.
little marker.
Okay. She's been missing it, I'm sure.
Okay, I know, right? Yeah, I know these things.
On last Monday, I got another listing up.
What?
Condo off of Boniface, a site condo, almost 1,600 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1-car garage, unfinished basement that's like 600 square feet. If it were finished, it could be like a whole nother living area.
Wow.
So that's up. I got an offer on my brother's place.
Hey.
It was a weird offer.
Okay, let's hear the weird offer.
It was super weird. Okay, they came, they didn't have a realtor, so I followed up with them. And it turns out they did have a realtor. Gave them the AREC, told them to have their realtor get in touch with me. She just sent an offer like out of the blue. Like I didn't really have any communication with her beforehand.
Now, is that, can we stop for a second? Is that a good idea? That is just such not a good idea. Okay, but keep going.
Yeah, it was, from the beginning, it was just kind of strange because they said they didn't have a realtor and then they like had the realtor's name, like when they showed up and I went to meet them.
Gotcha.
I was thinking, great,
They
okay.
might not understand.
Right.
Yeah, but it turns out they're also investors and they've done business with her before. So
Yeah, they
That-
clearly knew what was going on.
yeah, they knew what was going on, but yeah, it was kind of strange. So got the offer. The offer was really, it was low, but it was still workable. We could negotiate from there. But the time frame was what was just not doable. They
Okay.
wanted to close by the 16th of June. And they also wanted us to redo the roof, home inspection unseen. There's nothing wrong with the roof. It's an
Okay.
older home, but the roof is completely fine. They've done energy audit upgrades, including insulation in the attic. So it was just kind of like, okay. So, we came back, consulted with Gina and talked to her about it. And we just kind of put in there, we're only going to entertain health and safety repairs because we knew that the roof probably isn't going to be an issue. Came back with a slightly higher price, but definitely something workable. And we just wanted to communicate like, hey, we're trying to get into another home. We're not trying to undertake all of these construction expenses while having to move into a new place. But if you're going to use this as a rental property, we, meet on the price, and, this can be something you guys do once you get into the home. Chances are you're not going to need to after inspection anyway. And I communicated that with their realtor and sent it to her, and they just let it expire.
Okay.
And then I followed up with her after the expiration. It was just like, so just want to be clear that, you understood that expiration time, and she said, oh no, we'll be sending in a counter later. And I was just like, no, like it expired. And then she kind of was like, yeah, so we're free to walk away, but we'll let you know if we have another offer. And I was like, okay. It was just really odd. It was like, she didn't understand that the counter offer expired, and then she was trying to like save face or something and be like, oh, we'll come with an offer if we want to. It was just really weird.
So who's the other licensee?
She's a Jack White licensee.
Okay.
Should I name her?
Sure.
Elena Sedano.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is very strange.
Yeah, it was just, yeah.
I got a phone call of your ranch house. The rental you have for stuff.
Yeah.
I have a client, and
Yeah.
I give him all the information. And say, oh yeah. And it's for his son. Then we're waiting for his son to come in from his home.
Very cool.
How much?
We'll have an open house this weekend. Is it going to be here in time?
I hope so.
Okay.
I will call it, let him know. I said, oh yeah, I never have it.
Great.
But perfect to have. I know.
I have a client that is looking for a house to rent it over by Teresa's neighborhood.
Mhm.
He wants to rent it, he can buy it.
Mm.
So if you guys have any or know any.
Talk to the property managers upstairs too and see what's coming available. Yeah, that's a good, I mean, they don't, the bad thing is they don't pay a rental referral fee. But they're good. It's good for you to make relationship with them for business. I mean, because you can get business. So you got a listing up. Okay. So awesome. Are you getting any activity on it?
Yeah. I've had a showing this weekend already. Haven't gotten feedback from it.
Okay.
But
how do you feel about price?
I feel good.
Okay.
Yeah. He's really motivated, so we're trying to create a 000 down scenario.
Gotcha.
And it clears. So we just need to find that VA buyer. That's
Gotcha.
kind of what we're marketing for.
Okay. All right. Can you market to the military? Can you market directly to the military?
There's got to be a way to
Like
do that.
VA?
Yeah. Can you market to the military?
Sure.
How do you market to the military?
Put VA on the title.
And check on the condo association if you qualify for that?
For sure. What else? But I mean, how do you actually capture VA buyers?
Okay, you have the zero down payment.
Yeah.
Location probably.
I'm probably I'm not being clear. I'm not communicating clearly. I just want to go after VA buyers. If I wanted to go after just VA buyers or people who worked at JBear, how would I go about doing that?
Go on base and ask somebody.
Now you're getting there. There's a housing office on base.
Oh,
Okay.
Is it? And we can go in?
Not necessarily. I didn't say you could go in. There's a housing office on base is what I said. Okay. All right. What else? There's a newcomer. There's something called a newcomer welcome committee. Licensees are on the newcomer welcome committee. I can't remember. I think Dale Lamoureux over at Northern Trust was the last kind of captain of the welcome committee. There's a housing office there. Is there anybody you know that could stick something up at the BX or Base Exchange? Are there any billboards or anything on base that you could put something up on?
You can go to their, what's the mall over there?
but do they let you put stuff there?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think they have a community board.
I think they do as well. I will ask I have a child that's at JBear. I'll ask what they've got.
You gotta find your military friend that
Yep.
brings you in.
Yep. Okay, so what could you do? So what I'm saying is if I needed to market directly to the base, how would I do that? Okay. There is a base newspaper. There's a base newspaper. Maybe I might want to put some advertising in the military, the JBear newspaper. There is JBear, right? Maybe I want to get on that. There's like a whole military wives Facebook page, you know, stuff like that, right? So maybe I want to start investigating some of these options, talking to somebody, seeing if I can't ask somebody to help me out. to promote a listing that might just be absolutely perfect for that.
We have this agent upstairs and he is a veteran, I think, but he still go to base all the time.
Who's that?
Oh my God,
Who are you thinking? Tell me.
big tall guy.
Okay, that doesn't narrow it down for
Oh.
me. Okay, you'll think about it. Okay, you'll look.
He's on the cubicles and it's next to Terry Ellis. And
Cubicles next to Terry Ellis.
yes, you know, he's on the base and he was working some deals with wood for listing, some deals with.
Okay, I'm trying to think.
He got a short one? I don't know, but big guy, dark skin.
Oh, Mike Smith. Right. Is it Mike Smith? Robert Smith. Robert Smith. Okay, Robert Smith actually works on post. So he might be able to give us some, insider information. Maybe we might want to talk to Robert and say, who do I talk to? Who would I go see? What would I do? So if I want to start marketing directly to military buyers, what do I start to do? I start to ask myself, how can I get to military buyers, right? Military buyers are on post. And typically we don't have access, if you're not in the military, we don't have access to them, okay? But there is a base housing office.
Used to be nice when they had Eagle Glen Golf Course open,
Mhm.
because that, you'd see a lot of people.
Yeah, well, you can also go, just FYI, you can go visit the cemetery. You could go visit the cemetery,
Get lots of
okay?
customers.
Mhm. You could have a relative who's buried on post. You could use my relative if you want to, that's buried on post. Gonna go see Captain Block. Okay, all right. James, what have you done in real estate since I've seen you last?
Just updated the dot loop on 79th and made sure everything's current. I actually went over there and took them a couple forms and
Great,
ironed a couple things out.
excellent.
They did get the closing check. They gave it to title, Alaska Title, so
Oh, okay,
that was one of the major concerns,
okay,
so.
okay. And then how is our lovely lady in the valley?
Okay, and so she met Scott and from the property manager.
Yeah, Scott Hirschman.
Okay, so she's trying to make a decision if she really wants a property manager. She wants to pay the $200 a month
Gotcha.
or whatever. And she's been dragging this out so long, she's starting to kind of get cold feet.
Yeah,
So that's kind of what I told her this morning.
yeah,
And I just said, I'll give her a call at 3 when she wakes up.
yeah.
And we'll just have to get this process going because I talked to Vanessa this weekend from Keller about Alamosa.
Yeah.
And she was saying we should do an early occupancy.
Oh,
So.
so did she call you back or did you text her back?
No, she called me.
Mm.
So for some reason, there aren't any other offers on that. Why is that? Why would you think that? It was a great place.
It is not.
Yeah, I think it's the weather, to be honest with you. I think it's kids getting out of school and the weather. If you had to ask me.
You know, and
Yeah.
we just,
And by the way, it could turn on a dime tomorrow.
Right.
So
so we just have to, I'll come talk to you.
Thursday's kids left.
Thursday is kids' last day. So typically, what does that mean when people moving?
Yeah.
That means people they're waiting to make any kind of decision until their kids are out of school.
Then a lot of them take a vacation for 2 weeks and they take off, so they don't be gone.
I mean, if you had a choice of what you'd be doing this weekend, what would it have been?
Going to the lake.
Going to the
Going
lake?
down to Soldotna.
Just being outside? Okay. So what would you have done? You would have gone with your family?
Oh, we tried to.
Camping.
Yeah.
Our fifth wheel broke down.
Oh, dang
And
it.
my husband had to take today off to go fix it.
Yeah, so, but I mean, you just have,
One weekend more.
right. I mean, do you see what I'm saying? People who were looking at the weather this weekend, they were going, go look for a house or go party and play.
Go party and play.
Especially after such a long week, they're not gonna want it.
Yeah, so I mean, you just have to, and there's no way there, and by the way, there's no way you can game that system. There's just
Yep.
no way you can game it. Okay, so you never
It's a
know.
hit or miss.
Yep,
We have
it
rain
sure is.
next Saturday if that helps.
Yeah, exactly. And the days I used to try and plan my opens around weather. And it just was such a failure. I mean, and then you'd miss some really good weekends, or you'd think, I used to think, oh, nobody's going to come out on Mother's Day, nobody's going to come out on the Super Bowl. And then people would have 50 and 60 people through.
Our first house a month.
Did you really?
Oh,
Yeah. 'cause-
Wow.
So, yeah, exactly. You never know what's going to happen. Okay. What have you done in real estate since I've seen you last, my friend?
You know what?
I know. I've missed you guys. It's been
You
terrible.
got your license official. He's
Yeah.
officially on the,
I saw him.
Do I have what?
I haven't seen it.
you're officially on
Yeah.
Jack White.
I went to do some showings.
Okay, awesome.
I,
How did it go?
one went well, except he can't buy anymore. And I went to, and then I went to do more showings for another person, and they're gonna work on their 90% ladder.
Okay, great.
And work for the 90%.
Okay, what about your guy for the fourplex?
He can't buy.
Oh, he's the one who can't buy.
Yeah,
Do you know why he can't buy?
he lost his job.
Oh, dang.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, that'll do it.
But I don't know. I think he's getting one sometime this week.
Good.
So,
Good, and maybe if it's in the same field.
of pay stubs?
Yeah, well, if it's in the same field, he might be okay. If it's not in the same field,
Yeah.
that will jack you up.
So I don't know.
Okay,
He's still pretty excited though. He says that even if he doesn't get it now, he'll get it.
okay,
As soon as he get a job, he'll go.
okay.
Yes.
He's gonna have
He's
to,
got the money. He just doesn't have.
right. Okay, Evangelina, what have you done in real estate?
Crazy stuff.
Okay,
I went to a class at First American Title
yes,
and got it now.
gotcha. And that's a nice app.
I have it since 2 years ago, but they updated.
Okay,
And they show you more stuff than you can do. And one thing that I really love is that we can do our property files in your hand.
like on your
Yeah,
hand.
Print all over the thing, print it. There you go. You can find tons of stuff. They upgraded. It's awesome. I just love that thing. That was one.
And it's called, I think the app is called First AM. First AM.
And they have another one for the estimates. already,
Yes.
too.
Oh, that'll do that. It'll give you
The cost.
seller's cost estimates.
Yes.
But like this, guys.
It's estimates, yeah, and they mark it, just, it's not the real thing,
Mhm.
but it is close enough, then it works, it helps
Yep.
sometimes, it is good. I did my first yard sale hunting thing with my friend. Wow, that's hard.
What,
She took me yard sale,
2 yard sales?
yeah.
And you were talking to people about
And that
what,
was because you talking to yard sales, hey, why are you doing a yard sale? Oh, we just have so much junk. Oh, we're moving. Oh, here's my card.
Yeah.
I run into 3 Aquino clients.
oh, really, Dave's
The
clients?
Aquino neighborhood.
Oh, nice.
And,
Yeah, we're gonna use Dave Aquino, but thanks
Yeah.
for stopping by.
yeah, we're friends with Aquino since, I know since when.
I know. So you're supposed to say, yeah, he's retired. Did you not know that? No
No,
kidding.
they would tell me
Hi,
that. I
Dave.
said, he's my neighbor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was going to, they will tell you,
Yeah.
he was going to, he never will retire. Oh, well,
Yeah.
he retires, here's my card.
Right.
I will push for his retirement.
Yeah. I'll put one hip foot on the banana peel and I'll start shoving.
Yes, but, I did a lot of cards.
Good.
To a lot of people there who hard to do those things. I did the commercial for the Spanish channel.
Yay, how did that go?
We filmed the commercial on Thursday, Friday, Sunday. Today is going to be the first group and it will be on the air the last weekend of this month.
Did you get a chance to preview yourself?
Oh, I'm going today.
Okay, you're going today.
I'm going
Okay,
to
and what if
check
you,
that.
are you able to change something if you're not comfortable?
Yes.
Okay.
I can change everything.
Okay.
But what I did, Naomi was there, they let me use the Gina office.
Nice.
To do some of the commercial. Then, of course, then a shooting of the building, Jack White sign. you know,
Nice.
The
That's so
elevator.
cool.
Yeah.
Doing the talking for the people. And I think it was Brianna saying hi, welcoming the people.
Oh,
to the
nice.
building.
That's very
Then
sweet.
it was going to be okay. And also we're working on the show to do the talk into the Spanish newspaper because we used to have one stop for
Right.
years. We have a new one, then there's going to be a real estate
Section.
section. And
Gotcha.
we're going to be working on it. And on the program, I still don't know what I'm going to do. But, okay, that was a start. Agents, oh my God, Randy Pennington. Why is it so hard to work with this lady?
She's tough.
She called
She's
her,
tough.
her assistant called at 10:44 asking me for a showing between 10 and noon. Okay, between 10 and noon. It's 10:44. Are you sure you want to do it today between 10 and noon? And I can hear her in the back. Just forget about it. Tell her to go down the hill and, okay, let me check with my client. Maybe you can get it 11 to noon. And I give her 15 minutes
yeah.
notice instead of 2 hours, like
Yeah.
I mentioned, but let me see. And my client say it's okay, but don't expect nothing to be
Clean,
perfect
yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm in the park with the kids, blah, blah, blah. And she has a tiny Yorkie, this nice. Like, just watch out for that little thing to don't run away from the house. She's probably going to go to a room when she's leaving. She never went to the house. Because, you know, we had the sentry, whatever. They never got into the house. And I have to push so much to my client to let her get in because the house, because she didn't want anybody to see like that. Because the dog, and she's like, you go and run and put the dog away. Your dog is not going to bite nothing. Like, I'm afraid to step on top of your dog all the time. But they're not showing up. Like, she Googled.
I'm going to reserve that for,
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to reserve that for a court of competent jurisdiction. How's that? Did you like that?
Good. House appliance on Valley Village was very fun for me.
Nice.
There to look for stuff for the station of the houses. And
Don't finally cool.
just start giving flyers for the open house.
Good.
And cards to everybody. It's just like, it's stuck away all this weekend. And then I went to a foot race for the ABC board, not ABC board, but the ones that regulate all the,
Yeah, I think it's the ABC board for the,
the
lit-
ABC
yeah.
board, and it was nice too, because giving your card away to other people, yes, I'm a realtor, this is what I think, you want to sell your house, you want to sell your house, you want to buy a house? No, you want to buy a house, but yeah.
Do you need a second house? Do you need some
Yeah.
rental property?
It's
What do you
all these
need?
people from the restaurants.
Yeah.
All the people with hotels and things, and they have money, they have to invest. They want to.
Yes, they have
They
to.
have to,
I love
because
it.
of taxes, and they have to spend that money, then.
Good, good, good. So you were marketing.
Oh God, yes, I'm crazy, and I didn't plan it.
Okay, it just happened.
It just happened.
Okay.
And nothing happened on the houses. Nobody showing on the open houses, nobody calling to ask for help.
So what are some ways that you could in theory get people to come to your open houses? What could you do?
My good friends.
Yeah, invite your friends, post it on Facebook, What else?
Newspapers, the signs,
Craigslist, what else?
Craigslist, door knocking.
Cars,
Oh, the.
post them on the boards at cars.
Yep, post it on the board of cars, you could do
cars,
that.
Gas stations, I would do everywhere.
Okay, what else, what other kind of stuff could you do? You could do a drawing, you could do a giveaway, okay? I know something that would bring people in droves right now. Little tiny seed packets or little tiny starts. Instead of making cookies or making coffee or doing any of that kind of stuff, if you were offering like little tiny seed planter things, and you could go get them at. I just saw them at Cars, and they were like $1 a flat. I mean, you could get a flat of crap for a lot of money, a lot of plants, a lot of money. People would come for that, or a draw. Another thing is a drawing. People will come for a drawing. And did you know drawings can have a really long life? I can have a drawing that goes on through a quarter, right? So I could have a $25 gift card to pick your poison, Starbucks, the bookstore, a gas card would be a really good one. Car wash, whatever. You can do that, and that you don't have to do it that weekend. Does that make sense? So you don't have to do something every single weekend. Your drawing could have a long period of time. Okay. Did you know that?
And the drawing is 3 years from now.
Yeah. Let's not be crazy. I know, but I mean, think about it. Your drawing could be like for a quarter. It could be for a quarter versus a weekend, right? Enter for a chance, right? Okay. And then a lot of people will sign in a lot more. They'll give you their actual information versus bogus information if there's a drawing attached to it.
Oh, but I don't have a picture. Sorry. I'm on the website, but I don't have a picture.
Oh.
Give it a minute. Give it a minute. I know. I know. Okay. So anybody have any questions that you had that you wanted to go over? So it sounded like you had a very hinky deal. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are you gonna try to make it work?
Well, I think it's dead at this
It
moment.
is. I mean, it is dead, and I told her that, if they have another offer they'd like to submit, we'd be more than happy to see it.
This one was just testing the wire, see who's gonna
That's
buy.
That's what I thought.
Okay, everybody, I want you to stand up for this lady. Gold nugget finisher! Woo! So proud of you. How you walking today?
I'm surprised I'm walking.
Right on! Right on, come on in, Missy. Yay! So proud of you.
You're tough.
I know. There's her arms. See, do you see it? She's gonna let it wear off, right? How'd it
what
go? How'd you
happened?
feel? She did the gold nugget this weekend, the gold nugget triathlon.
Yeah, it was my first, and I totally, yeah. It truly humbled me.
Really?
No matter how many times, you can always work out harder. You can always do a little bit more. You can always endure longer. And I was just like, yeah, I shouldn't have cut circuits.
I know. Oh, but good for you. Right on,
Best way to
sister.
get a tan, though.
Hey,
Thank you.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, next year you need to be in a Jack White swimsuit.
Yeah, I think I need to.
I'm telling you, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
With your phone number on the
Yep,
back.
yep. I'm swimming for houses, yo. That is awesome. Super proud of you. I'm telling you right
How
now.
long was that? For how many hours?
It took me 3 hours to get done. So you do 500 yards swimming, 12-mile bike, and 4-mile walk is what I did.
Yeah.
Everybody else was like, and what kind of, it was my first one, and people were telling me, oh, there's only one hill you worry about. No, there was like 4. And then every hill, they're like, this is the last hill.
You're like,
it's a trick.
More, like,
Yeah.
Angry.
liars.
You big fat liar.
You go, girlfriend.
But-
Was it in that order too?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It was
Swim, bike,
I
run.
don't know how I don't think I could walk or run after biking
Cannot
for
feel-
12
I cannot
miles
feel my
and
arms when I
swimming.
hit the bike, get to the swim.
The swim, yeah.
Yeah. And then when I hit the walk,
Then you couldn't feel your
I
legs.
feel my legs.
I need these.
Who told me to do this?
I know.
Oh,
Who did
no.
you, who did, was it your sister who got you into this? Who got you into?
Yeah, my
Who-
sister.
Your sister
Yeah,
did?
she did
Good
it.
for you.
She
You know that? Good for you.
That's right. I'm so proud of you. Can't even tell you. But isn't it an amazingly empowering event?
It was awesome. I had older women tell me, "You got this," as they're passing me.
I know. And you're just like, if I only had a hole, I'd knock you down.
I had a pregnant lady who was expecting twins in November.
And she was doing it.
And she was doing it.
What?
Someone who was like 7 months pregnant and swimming. She's like, "You got this." I'm like, "Really?"
That happens to me. I was out biking with my kids, and I'm like really out of shape. And we've gone to Fred Meyer, which is 6 miles round trip. It feels like 25
Right.
because it's all these up and down hills. And I'm on the last, and it's like a super long hill. I'm on the last hill up, towing a trailer with my other kid in it, and the other kid's riding his bike up the hill. And I'm pushing my bike up the hill, and this old guy comes riding by and he goes, "Are you okay?" And I said, this guy he had to be like 80 or something. And I went, "Yeah, the bike's fine. I'm just too old for this." And he's like, "That's a good one." And he's just like pedaling up the hill like it's no big deal. I was like, I have bike envy. of
Right,
him.
right. I know. Oh. Well, good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm super proud of you. Okay. All right, guys. So we're going to get into purchase and sale today. Any questions on listings that we went over last week? And tomorrow I'm going to have certificates for everybody for your first 9 hours of purchase and of your contracts and agreements after we get done through today. How does that sound? Okay. So how many people have written a purchase and sale agreement? How many people have written 10 purchase and sale agreements. How many people have written 20?
Probably, but they all haven't gone through.
That's okay. Yeah.
Just
Okay.
saying.
Anybody written more than 30?
No.
Okay. How long does it take you, Megan, to do a purchase and sale agreement? To put one together?
20 to 30 minutes.
Didn't we? Yeah, we talked.
I'm having a deja vu.
Yep.
Yeah, I was
Yep.
like, we're
I
having
want
deja
to
vu
go back.
here. I was going to say the same thing. Okay.
Yep.
I think when we talked about it, we said 30 to 45 minutes would be
A good time.
prime.
Okay, what do I need to know in order to write a purchase and sale agreement? What are the things I need to know?
How much earnest money,
Okay.
purchase price.
Yep.
When do you want to close?
Yep.
Financing.
I need to probably a couple really, really important things. I need to know how they're financing this property,
Right.
or if they're financing this property. Kathy J. Fernandez has a really nice line. I like it. Will you be paying cash for this property, or will you be securing financing? And it's a tip your hat to someone. They could be sitting there in the poorest of poor in a little dinky tiny condo, and you could literally tip your hat to somebody and say, I think that you could pay cash. How do you like that? Isn't that kind of cool? I think that's a really nice thing to do to somebody. Will you be paying cash, or will you be getting financing for this property? Okay, because one of the things in Alaska you don't want to assume.
No.
I was gonna say you'll be surprised.
Yeah,
How many
You'll be
people
surprised.
have
Money. Okay.
Like my client, we
Yeah.
talked about my client this weekend, and we're going over this property, and I'm like, I don't know, and she's like, what, have to pay cash for it? And I'm thinking, what? Like,
you go like Abraham, you go, yes, you do.
I'm like, I don't know.
king.
She's messing with you now.
Yeah.
She's using the same thing on you.
And I was like, well, I don't know.
It is always an
You really want to.
Yeah. So I think that's a really smart thing to start asking people. Will you be paying cash? Because one of the things is you're just flattering them, aren't you?
Put it the ego out.
Yeah. Why not? That's a good thing, because you never know when somebody's saying, well, I could pay cash for this. I might choose not to, but I could pay cash.
Instead of looking at it like you're flattering them, you could just say, hey, this is business and I'm assuming the best in you.
Yeah, for sure.
Because sometimes that's going to be the truth.
Okay, so based on a couple different factors is how you're going to put offers together. And offers never go together the same way twice, okay? Because it always depends on the buyer, the property, and the kind of financing. And then it also depends on our I call them add-ons, all of the other things you need to think about. Is the property, so we just had a really interesting thing happen over the weekend that I was involved in. We had and this is a killer for you in business. You cannot assume that a property is not in a homeowners association. You cannot assume that a property is not in a homeowners association. Okay, you have to do your due diligence when you list the property, guys, and you got to pull that property profile, because if there's any common interest, if there's any common interest, you have to have a resale certificate. And resale certificates, boys and girls, have to be in a certain legal format. If they are not in a certain legal format, they do not qualify.
And it takes forever sometimes to get them.
That's correct. So one of the things, and can we waive, there's the certain number of days for a resale certificate and a public offering statement. Can you waive those days? I'm going to tell you it's a broker question on whether or not you can waive, okay? And the broker has to make the call. I can talk to the broker on your behalf, and I'm going to tell you he's going to make you do one thing no matter what. He's going to make you do what's called a hold harmless. Because what does a resale certificate or a public offering statement say? It has all of the rules and all the regulations that a homeowner has to abide by, okay? And guess what? They end up being really happy they're pushing to get into the house, until then they find out that they can't have their boat at the house, or they can't have their RV, and then they're totally jacked up at who? You. That's why you want to be able to pull out that hold harmless and say, I'm so sorry. You were pushing to close. I suggested that you wait and you read your resale certificate, and you had every opportunity to do so. You could have opted out of purchasing this property. You wanted to close, and so you signed a hold harmless that said you were waiving your days, and you were accepting the association in its entirety. and you agreed to everything that's in this association. Why do you want to have that in your file?
To protect you.
It's protecting you.
Is that a separate form?
It would be something that it would be a letter, a hold harmless letter that we would come up with, yeah.
Oh,
You know, based on the date. Okay, and based on the circumstance. But one of the most dangerous things people do is you assume that there's no homeowners associations. A lot of homeowners associations are non-functioning. Isn't that interesting? You're going to get into really old subdivisions. Like there's a ton of really old subdivisions up on the hillside where the homeowners associations have never been disbanded. Okay, so there's still a legal document that says there's a homeowners association. They don't collect any money. Nobody runs it, and everybody who's a part of the association is dead. DEAD. But homeowners associations renew for periodic intervals. Typically, they go for 50 years, and then they renew for 50 or for 25 or 10-year periodic intervals. It just depends on the homeowners association. Okay, so if you're in one of those situations, you want to know that on the front, not when you're going into closing or when you're going into underwriting. Okay, because you can deal with a lot of things on the front end, you can't deal with things on the back end.
Is that where you can find them on the CCNR?
CCNRs are just one little part, okay? What you want to do when it comes to a listing is you want to pull your property profile. And you also do want to review those CCNRs, you guys. One of the things is you get these documents, not just for you to stick up online, but for you to actually take a minute and look through, you know, and ask some questions, okay? Because, go ahead.
What about the financing? When you find out, like, you have a property with a homeowner association, that's a little bit of dues, maybe.
Could be.
There's the amount, and if you're getting financing, that can screw your
That's
financing.
correct. You exactly found out where I'm going with this. What happens if you're in the middle of a deal and then you find out you have a homeowners association? Now does that same buyer qualify? Okay, I want to know now. I don't want to know when we're trying to go into closing. Do you get the point? Okay, so don't assume a property is not in a homeowners association. Okay, that's a killer. Okay, so what other types of things? Go ahead.
I have a question. Okay.
Sure.
So you say you waive the right, they could waive the right to review that resale certificate. Well, why would you do that? Because, you know, once you read it, you can cancel.
Correct. Well, so the resale certificate or the public offering statement allows you a glimpse into the association. Okay, and you have the right as a purchaser to say, I agree to these rules or I don't. And you have a statutory period of time where you can exit the contract. But you've got a buyer who's at the, you know, we're at the very, very bitter end. We're getting ready to close. We have a seller who's moved out of the property. We got a buyer who's dying to get in, who's got moving trucks trying to get in. They're going to give away their kidney and their child in order to get in that house. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people are willing to do at the end of the transaction a lot of things that you will be shocked and amazed about. Okay, I'm shocked sometimes what people are willing to do, but it's not my decision. It's the client's decision whether or not they want to move forward or exit the contract. And the other thing is when people get really snarly and they start saying things like, well, you know, we're just not going to buy this house. I'm like, oh, okay, well, we'll just do the termination paperwork right now because you absolutely have a right to walk away. Well, wait a minute. You know, they kind of try and threaten you a little bit. And then you just say, okay, well, we'll just terminate the contract right now. You know, don't be afraid to pull that card. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you need to find out I hate to be the person who ups the stakes all the time, but don't be afraid to up the stakes. It's not worth a problem with your license. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not worth a problem somebody trying to sue you later because you didn't give them the opportunity, right? So, and I'm not ever trying to force someone to close. Okay, I'm trying to help them close, but I'm never trying to force it. Does that make sense to everybody? I'm always trying to say, hey, I don't know that we can get this done. I don't know that we can pull this miracle out of a hat. If we can get this done, we'll absolutely try. But I mean, this person was saying basically that if we didn't meet our closing date, that they were going to walk away from the transaction. And I said, I'm telling you right now, face to face, we are not meeting our closing date, period. So if you want to walk away from the transaction, let me know right now and we'll do the termination paperwork. We are not meeting that date. Well, when will we close? I said, I have no idea. We don't have a resale certificate in my hand yet to hand you. So I don't know. I don't know if they'll have it printed tomorrow. I don't know if we'll get it on Friday. I don't know when we'll get it. And then you have a statutory period of time that you can review it. I don't know when we're going to close. So I'm letting you know right now. If that's an issue, then let me know now. Okay. Okay. All right. And don't be afraid to do that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Okay. So let's go over our purchase and sale agreement. So we agree it's probably going to take us a certain amount of time. What I like to do, and I'll just let you know, for me personally, I like to start folders on my in Flex. So I like to have, you know, and you can do it any way you want to. I like to start folders, okay? A lot of you guys can do it on addresses, legals. I like to probably do buyers and sellers last name. And I probably, this is Jack White, the whole company. I'm logged in as Jack White. I would tell you that I probably would like to start seeing you do something like listing or seller, right? Seller or buyer. Why would you maybe want to do that with these folders in Flex? Do you want to know why?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, they're going to become, in about 2, 3, 4 years, they're going to come back around as clients. You're going to be listing the house you just sold them. So wouldn't it be nice to have 2 separate folders, one that says buyer, one that says seller on it? Okay. Also, I think it's a really good practice for you to start, you know, doing. Okay. But look at all of these different. So how many folders can you have? Hundreds. Okay. And you can label them anything you want to. Can I make another suggestion? Whatever you label them, I would label them the same thing in .loop. So whatever you're labeling something here, I would label it the same thing in .loop. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then in order to access any form, I have to hit edit. Does everybody know that?
I just double click on it.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so always on the purchase and sale agreement, remember I'm going to tell you that we're going to start dating it what date?
The date.
The day you're writing it, right? What happens if I'm writing it at midnight? If I start at 11:59, next day, right? And are you typically some licensees, who's up at midnight to receive an offer?
Sometimes.
People out of state.
Are you up at midnight sometimes? Have you sent offers or received offers at midnight?
Yeah, I've sent.
I've sent offers at midnight.
I only did it once because it depends on the time.
Mhm.
New York to here, like 4 hours.
Mhm. So you could be in a situation, and now where do you want to be writing the offer?
Your office at home.
Where do you, I like to have my offers pre-populated if I possibly can. I like to start a file folder when I start working with a buyer, okay? And the reason is why? Did I tell you my reasoning? There's something almost psychological about claiming business.
Oh, yeah.
You know, knowing that I'm going to be writing an offer or I'm going to be working with this person. And the other thing is I have in my mind, I think I've told you guys this before, I'm not just going to sell this person a house, I'm going to sell their children a house and their grandchildren a house. Okay, so I like think of it as, you know, just like these people are like, oh, you know, we're going to work with Dave Aquino. You know, they're already set up. They know that they're going to work with Dave
The
Aquino.
lady already had 6 houses on that block, and she bought it.
I can totally imagine. Yeah.
Oh, no, that one lived this one.
Yeah.
Just that block.
Yeah, nice. Dave's a slayer. He's a little quiet slayer,
He's
that
quiet.
guy.
He's very
He's a little, I love that. Okay, so.
Subtle.
Yeah, subtle as a brick. That's what I tell you. Okay.
A funny thing about him is that, oh, he's so thin and so skinny, no fat, if you touch him. Do we all do that? We all touch him?
No, you know what he does? He walks up and he goes, hey, and you're just like, all right.
If you touch him, he's so positive.
Oh, yeah.
He's making himself memorable.
Right. He is. And that is his thing, totally. But I mean, he does the, what does he do? The Mount Marathon. Mount Marathon is his thing. Okay, so today's date, name of co-brokerage. Where do you find the Alaska MLS ID number, guys? Do you know where to find it? The brokerage number for the other company, where do you find it?
MLS member listing.
That's correct. Member listing. So you just type in, for example, if it's Remax Dynamic, which is going to be office number 85. Okay, so our office number is 208. Okay. So we're going to put in name of listing licensee, their license number. Again, how are you going to find that? Same thing. You're going to look them up under the member lookup.
But won't it just auto-populate?
It can if you use the listing number. It doesn't always.
Okay.
Okay. So if you're just going to type it in, or if you're handwriting it in, where do you find it?
True.
Okay.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. I'm going to tell you people's cell phone numbers and email addresses. Why do we want to have? Okay. Why do you think the brokerage wants to have you filling out the other licensee's information? In case we have to call them. In case we have to follow through on the deal. Okay, so if you're going to show me paperwork and I have to go call the licensee, I need to know their address and their email, okay? Or their phone number and their email, okay? I need you to make sure that you understand when it comes to this document, we assume when you are representing a buyer that the other side is representing a seller, okay? However, there is one probably, I can tell you one carve out on that is if you get one of those limited services listing, those type of things, okay? They are not, they'll tell you straight in their comments, they are not representing the seller, okay? You're dealing straight with the seller directly. But it's gonna say the for sale by owner assistance program or one of those list to sell or something like that, okay? So selling licensee, when I'm writing a purchase and sale agreement, guys, I'm assuming that I'm representing a buyer, okay? And I need you to mark that as the selling licensee as the listing licensee, because it's in error if you do not mark it. And we'll come back to you, okay? And we'll say, why didn't you mark that? All right, why do we need the legal name of the buyer? That is correct. Legal name. So Bobby could be a Robert III or a Robert Jr. Or he could be Alan Robert Johnson.
Or if they use their middle name.
Correct.
And when they applied for the loan, you have to put the middle name in, because I've had to write addendums stating
Exactly.
that their
Also
middle name,
known
this
as.
also
Yes,
known as, yeah.
AKAs. Why do we do that? Does anyone know why? Your buyer is actually searched, right? Not only are they going to do they're going to do a couple different searches on your buyer. Some people are absolutely not going to be able to get a loan. Okay, if you have a loan officer call you up and saying, we're not going to do this loan. Well, wait a minute, my buyer's qualified. Yep, we're not going to do this loan. What do you think they might be? Could be. Of what?
The FBI list.
They could be on the, honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth. They could be on the terrorist watch list. They could be a felon of some kind.
It could be on the DEA list.
Okay, could be on the DEA. Also, how about this one? They could be a sex offender. Okay.
You can't buy a house if you're a sex offender.
There's not a lot of people who are going to give you a loan if you're a sex offender. Just think what we're doing to
Right.
that neighborhood if
True.
we sell a home to a known sex offender.
So does that mean that lenders do the search?
Mhm.
That due diligence?
Yep. Well, I mean, if it comes up on there's a background check that they do.
And then,
I didn't want to call that.
how does that work?
What's that?
Can you
It's,
just say,
they will just call you up and tell you we're not, and a lot of them will just say we're not doing this loan.
Do they tell you why or not?
No. And typically, if they say we're not doing this loan, you probably don't want to know, do
Yeah,
you?
that's what I was hoping. So you don't have to get in this conversation.
I don't need to have this
I don't want to
conversation.
be in the middle of it.
Yeah, you might also say, is there anyone who's going to do this loan? And they're going to say, probably not. Okay, so you just need to, FYI, there are certain people that are not going to be able to buy homes.
You might want to stay away too.
You might not want to be working with that person. They could buy for cash, but that's going to be really rough. Okay, right. So just know that there are people who are not going to be able to buy.
Well, what if the background check, what if they have the wrong person or something?
Then that would be up to that buyer to prove that.
Oh,
And that's a conversation they're having directly with their lender.
okay.
Okay, their lender is going to be talking to them about certain things that I'm not going to be talking to them about, and I'm not going to be privy to that information. And I'm okay with that. Are you okay with that too? I'm okay with that.
So that would end that contract, well, you're not gonna go, no loan, so you'll get your earnest money back
Mhm.
and have a nice loan.
That's correct. Okay, typically, this is why, guys, we typically like to take buyers to lenders on the front side before I go take them shopping for property. Because you want to know what a bummer it is to be shopping for property, have them fall in love with the house, and then you find out when you go to write the offer that they're not going to buy. That's the big, it's a suck for you and it's a suck for them, right? So this is why most of us won't work with buyers who haven't been to a bank. Now, there's always exceptions to every single rule. I got it. People that you know are qualified, et cetera, et cetera. People that you know are going to be writing for cash. They're deciding cash or financing. They're waiting for their house to close. They know what they're getting on it, and you're showing them property. I got that. Also, I used to have my old school rule was I will show you 3 houses maximum, and then you go to the bank. I will not show you more than 3 properties without you going to the bank. Okay, that was kind of like my, social work, if nothing else. Let me show you what's out there in this price point. I'm happy to do that. Or you've always wanted to see this house. Okay, I'm happy to do that. All right, I'll show you one more, and that is it. If you're not at the bank and pre-qualified, you are no longer in my car. I am not taking you through the drive-through at Starbucks anymore. Okay, because you're wasting your time and you're wasting your energy, you're wasting your gas, and you're wasting money when you could be working with pre-qualified buyers. Yes, ma'am.
And yet, that free for free, or whatever, however you
Yeah.
do that little niche, is you could be making a solid relationship.
Exactly.
So, I mean,
And that's what I always said. I was never the person who said there. I have met licensees who are like, nope, you're not at the bank. I'm not showing you any property. And that used to piss people off. That pisses buyers off that you would treat them like that. So you'll lose people like that. I'm willing to go and look at properties. I mean, I don't mind looking at properties. That's why I have the magic key, right? I should be looking at properties. So I don't mind showing properties, but I get to a certain point and I'm like, okay, now this is business. Okay, now we're just hanging out.
Yeah. So in that first hangout, that's when you have an opportunity to get a lot
Yes.
of information.
Yes.
What are they thinking? Why are they out and about?
Exactly.
Why is it important to go ahead and get in front of a lender?
Exactly. Obviously, and then there's nothing worse. Has anybody had this happen to you yet? Where somebody falls in love with a house and then guess what?
They can't buy it.
They can't buy it. They don't qualify. Or you have stories?
I have a story.
I wanna hear it.
So one of my girlfriends I used to work with before I became a realtor, she's been working at this job for a while. She gets pretty good money, and I knew. So, and then her boyfriend works on the slope, and her husband now, and he makes really good money. So I was like, all right, girl, I don't want you to fall in love with something, but you're my girlfriend, so I'll show you whatever you want me to show. But so she's like, girl, I got this. Don't worry. He makes plenty of money. We'll be able to afford this. Showed her a $350,000 home.
Which
home.
is mid-price.
Yeah. So
We're not
I was
even
like, all
talking-
right, cool. I felt comfortable. And she was my girlfriend too. And we didn't see very many homes that day. We saw about 5. And then she got qualified and she found out how much it was. They were qualified for it, but she was like, I am not comfortable paying that a month.
Right, that payment.
And I'm like, and it took us 30 more houses to view before we found the one, because nothing compared. We had to go $100,000 less.
Oh, that's killer.
Yes.
That's a killer, isn't it?
And so, yeah.
That's a different lifestyle.
Yeah.
That's a different lifestyle.
But I found her the perfect home. It is super cute. No garage though, but
That reminds me, on the MLS, you know how you can go to the calculator? I
Mhm.
hadn't really ever paid attention to that before, but I was dealing with it this weekend, and I'm like, wow, okay, they gotta put that on here for a reason. It says it's an estimate, but could you say to your client, according to this just basic estimate, this might be what your payment is at $350?
Well, yeah, you can, but here's the danger of doing a P&I, okay? Danger of doing our amortization schedule. That's only a P&I, okay? That's only 2 parts of your payment. Taxes and insurance are your other part, plus dues if it has any dues.
So that's what I was thinking. It
Yeah.
doesn't calculate.
It only
Taxes
calculates
and
P&I.
I found out that they calculated on sale is actually closer than they were on the MLS. Like you know how if you go to Zillow and Zillow has an estimate of the price, I found out that it's actually closer than the
I wonder how it goes.
I think exactly the opposite. Zillow is a piece of shit.
Yeah,
Zillow is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
say that then.
No, I mean, it really is. I mean, it shows this outhouse being valued at like $500,000. So, I mean, it's really bad. Because we don't report value. They use a,
estimator.
no, they use a macro. They use a macro. So, and because we don't report value, so their macro is completely and totally off. But anyway, that's okay. You can, I mean, are you just saying for payment? You think it's closer
Yeah.
on payment?
Yeah, like when it shows information of like for a certain price, and it shows like a final price,
Mhm.
it's actually closer than when you go on the calculator of the amount.
Well, again, the calculator on the MLS is only showing P&I.
And that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
though, because the one on Zillow actually shows taxes and more.
Yeah,
Well, it doesn't show
I
it,
don't know how it could
But
be
it
done.
comes up.
Oh, I got it.
Like
They're
it
doing-
brings
Right,
down.
it's doing an estimate, but again, you guys, what's the problem with doing an estimate?
No, but we're not estimating.
Yeah, and we're not trying to do that. So if I wanted to get close on what a property is, I can do the taxes. Why can I do the taxes?
Because it's posted last year.
Yeah, 2016 is posted, right? Okay, so I can take the taxes and I could divide by 12, right? And I get a monthly tax rate. So my homeowner's taxes in my house are $4,000 a year. Divide by 12 is how much a month? Okay, so you can get pretty close. So
And then what's the other one, the mortgage insurance?
if the mortgage insurance, again, is something you're not going to be able to figure out.
Right. And you might not have it if you're
Correct,
conventional.
correct,
Only conventional.
correct. And you don't have it as well if you're going VA. Okay, VA has the VA funding fee,
Right.
right? So there's no MIP or FEMA.
Okay. So back that up, so you
So,
can kind of calculate your taxes.
I can kind of calculate my taxes. Am I going to be exact?
No.
No, I'm not. Okay, the next thing you can give an estimate on, does anybody in here have homeowner's insurance on your home?
What is it?
Okay, I pay about $1,000 a year at State Farm. I used to pay $600, now I pay $1,000.
We pay $600.
Yeah.
Did you upgrade?
No, it's not because I upgraded, it's because I got hit, never mind.
You had a claim.
No, I didn't have a claim. No, I got mad at my insurance company, decided to go with somebody else, and they gave me a super good deal on my car insurance, and my homeowners went up. Okay, so it blended, but I got mad. So anyway, and I live in a $300 and something thousand house, right? So for a $300,000 house, I would say between you and I, we're going to be close, between $600 and $1,000. What happens if you get into a higher price point? It's going to be higher insurance, right? How about a lower price point? Lower. What if I'm in a condo, a full service condo, where I only am insuring paint to paint? Lower again, right? Okay. And then dues, and you're not going to be able to calculate MI or PMI. Okay, mortgage insurance premium or private mortgage insurance. You're not going to be able to calculate that, and it's expensive. Okay. Then what's any other thing that you might have to worry about?
Utility.
Well, utilities are separate out. No, I think we're good. If we got, so those are the things that could like really, so P&I can do no problem. I can do an AM table. Okay. Taxes I can divide. I can get on the MLS. I can look at the tax records. I can divide by 12. I'm going to be close, but I'm not going to be a cigar. Okay. Homeowners insurance, I'm going to be taking a stab. And it's also going to depend on the person. Guess what homeowners insurance actually depends on more than anything else? The person's credit. So if you're going to First Rate Financial and they have crap credit, if they've got 520 credit, their homeowner's insurance is going to cost them more than somebody else's homeowner's insurance. Okay, just so you know that. And then what else? Private mortgage insurance or PMI or MIP, which you can't calculate. And then if there's a homeowners association, those are all the different parts of a payment. Okay.
See, I'd be scared to have that liability. Like every time they ask me about numbers, I tell them, let's check with your lender
Yep,
first
yep.
and get a cost sheet.
Exactly.
Because I feel like once I give them an answer, they're always going to start asking me. Like,
Exactly.
On the home
Exactly. And here's the other
go
thing.
crazy and forget something.
And here's the other thing that you cannot calculate. I don't know what day we're going to close. So then I don't know what your reserve amount is going to be. Do you see that? I don't know what your reserve amount is going to be. I don't know what's that? It is the lender's job, but here's the thing that makes older licensees a little bit stronger than you guys. I do agree with you about saying that's the lender's job. The danger is if you don't know the parts that make the payment. And if you don't understand what I am always trying to get my hands on, and you will see me run downstairs all the time and I'll say, I need cost sheets, I need cost sheets, I need cost sheets, when we're figuring out deals that you guys are writing. And the reason is you have to start putting numbers to numbers. Does that make sense? You have to start looking and seeing if somebody's making a $350,000 offer on a property, what does that mean that they're going to have to come out with out of their pocket? You need to start making some clicks together. You know, on a $600,000 house, what does somebody have to have in order to buy this house? What kind of credit rating? What kind of job? How much money a month are they making? Okay. What kind of credit score do they have to have? What kind of down payment do they have to have? Okay.
Just call our lender.
You can do that, but what I'm saying is you've got to start putting things together because you've got to be able to start doing this on the fly. And now I'm not saying that you qualify somebody, but I'm saying that you at least have the knowledge to understand all of the different parameters. That if I've obviously for a $350,000 house, I think people have to make at least $80,000 a year. Does that make sense? In order just for the ratios to work out. Does that make sense to you?
So we can find out how much, what a credit rating should be on somebody who wants to buy a $600,000 house. We can find that out.
Well, I'm just saying that what I'm not necessarily saying, a lot of people do know what their credit score is. Why? How many of you are running around with a credit app that tells you right now? Yeah, do you have who has Credit Karma? You got Credit Karma? Does it tell you what your credit score is right now? How about Discover Card? There's a Discover Card out there that tells you what your credit rating is every single month.
What's like the minimum you can have?
620 is poor. 620 is rough. At 620, you're going to get what they call credit score adjusters.
What about a 660? Will that be fair?
Still, it's fair, but they'd like to see you up at 720.
Well, 720 is good for you, isn't it?
Mhm.
Like really good.
But obviously, they want somebody to purchase a house who has what? Good credit. Okay. You guys, I'm 20 minutes late for giving you a break. Let's take a 10-minute break right now.
My neighbor's own house.
I'm
going to show it to you.
Yep.
I can't compete with the one listed.
Oh, let me see.
They listed it Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
So it's pending now.
Okay.
And the selling commission was $1,000.
You are kidding.
So I can't compete.
No, you can't.
And then the one in Allison,
Yeah.
I actually talked to Jed about it. How can you compete on these people
Yeah.
that are dealing with this? And he said you pay an upfront, $10,500.
Yeah.
And the rest, and then I don't have to compete.
Yeah. Yeah, we
So
don't
I
do
can't
that.
compete.
Yeah, we don't do that.
And it says even on the all, anything is, you have to.
Oh, I get those too. I get that too. I get that too. I get that too. Oh, it's your number two. Look at that. It's your number two.
I'm not very busy.
Hmm?
I'm not very busy.
We gotta get
Shopping.
we gotta get you busier.
So what happens is, I was like, I can't compete with these people, but the guy who sold it to him is also the selling licensee. So I
So he
probably had
double-ended
a
it.
buyer
Yeah.
and then told them
Yeah.
I'm gonna list
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's the one I was thinking
Oh
about.
my gosh. Yeah. Caroline's with Caroline. You've got to be kidding me.
So I can't compete with that, because she already told me she can't pay me 6% if I'm gonna list it.
That is just terrible. What do you think? Oh, and this was just for stats only. What do you think of the price?
That was the,
Do you think it was a good price?
that's the price I told her.
That's the price you told her? You
Because
think
she
it was
wanted $390 and I said no.
Yes. Yeah, it's not. What's her? But it sold in one weekend?
Mhm.
Interesting last name. She sold it really under tax though. Was it not in good shape?
It's old,
Not
not updated. The kitchen's like, has a red tone on the counter.
Yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Like this, it's not even granite, it's just the regular counter.
Oh my gosh, that's sickening.
Yeah, how do you, I can't
You can't compete with that. No. And you don't make any money. You have all the liability and you make no money. Because
Yeah.
now you have to split that 60-40 with your broker.
Yeah, I know.
And then
It's ridiculous.
yeah, so it's not even a living.
And then this one that just sold recently. That's the one I talked to you about.
It's the Purcell by, oh, yeah. He's Sun Realty.
Look at a confidential.
Yeah.
If you read the confidential agreement, they don't have anything to do.
Nope.
Don't contact me.
Nope, leave me alone.
So how does that work with an agent that you just list the thing and then don't contact me?
Well, we don't, this is called a limited services listing, and we don't believe in limited service listings. Okay, because you have, again, all the liability, you do none of the work, and you collect a fee. So we don't do that.
Yeah. But then it's kind of like, if this happens all the time, we're gonna
It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen when people are,
don't want to spend.
they don't, yeah, I mean, they don't, the other reason that we're gonna talk about this a little bit more is you have to show your value to people. Because if you don't show your value to people, they think that you're, why should I pay you that amount of money? You don't do anything. So you have to show your value. Yeah.
People keep doing this, and then, oh, I'm gonna match that one, or I'm gonna, you know what I mean?
Exactly. And then pretty soon,
You're not working for any money.
so I'm proud of you, mister.
Hey, thanks. I feel busy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are you, did it just hit just in the right amount of time?
It did. It really did.
I did roots before.
So it seems like fate. It's the strangest thing.
No, it's all the work, you did all the work.
I know.
You get the, it's a launch cycle.
Yeah.
It takes that time. You did lots of damage.
I'm gonna stay back for a while because it's. And yeah, for sure. Summer, there's more people that seem like them all over the spring. The daily drive hot, I had 10, 5, 3. Yeah. I think a lot of people went camping. Oh, or at least went to the lake, at least went out and about, right? Yeah.
Here, remember that neighbor I told you?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't want to listen to me?
Right.
They were sick,
No.
spending now, but look at that, she only do 6%.
That's the commission.
Wow.
How much is it
And it's pending
listed?
already.
And I can't compete with that.
No, that's terrible.
She didn't want to listen to me.
I would just let that go. Don't even worry about it. You're wasting money. For $350 for only $1,000 for that.
And then you split that with the brokerage, you're gonna see $600, $700 maybe. I mean, if it was like,
How are you?
Just tell her to have fun with that
one.
There's gonna be some like that.
She didn't sign anything, she didn't sign the brochure.
So you don't, would you really want to deal with somebody
sounds
like
like, yeah, that
that?
sounds like a nightmare.
She doesn't have anything, she didn't want to send anything, nothing, but this person, perfect.
You don't wanna deal with somebody like that anyways.
But I was like,
You
the
got,
thing is, I was.
I wonder how
upset.
much she's getting.
yeah, what she's getting in.
The one thing I'm upset is, you know, you have to make that one. They sleep over at
That's-
night.
yeah.
I feed them. You trust me with the kids.
That's just business.
No,
Yeah.
that's like a neighbor.
That's what she's gonna say, is it's just business. I'm not built that way.
You guys have to show your value to your clients. Every single thing you do, you have to show your value. You have to tell people what you're doing. You can't be silently working, killing yourself on somebody's behalf, because otherwise they don't see what
They
you're
don't
doing.
know, yeah,
And they have no idea.
right. That works against you. to do
Correct.
that.
To be so, to appear like, I got this.
Yeah, you wanna throw a little powder on your face. and
Exactly,
sweat your
exactly.
brow, Yeah.
You want to put the tool in your tool belt.
Yeah.
Oh, yay! Oh my God! I cannot find it at home. We could do this real quick and then we could watch the movie. The Big Short.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, this
Heard
is
great things.
so good.
Yeah.
Can't even tell you how good it is. I've seen it in the movie theater twice. I've watched it on the airplane and I bought it and I've watched it a couple other times. I can't love it. Okay.
Cool snack I wanted to try.
Oh my gosh, look at you. What is this? Tell me what it is first.
It's jackfruit.
It's jackfruit?
Oh, exactly.
Oh, really good. Jackfruit?
It's a fruit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a chip fruit.
Is no chocolate on it?
Oh,
No chocolate?
If there's only some
Yeah,
Nutella,
chocolate.
if we have some Nutella on it, it'd be so good.
Thank you. Ooh, it smells good.
can I read your bag first before I eat them?
Mmm.
Jackfruit, I've never had that.
I was expecting a potato chip, but it's not a potato chip.
It looks like apple chips, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Honey Kim,
Healthy?
she used to see the package.
Are they healthy snacks or bars?
Wait,
Yeah, it's just a regular fruit.
where did you get Trader Joe's?
Great.
At Trader Joe's, man.
We don't have a Trader Joe's.
Very good.
I import all kinds of crap from Trader Joe's. I brought up 10 bottles of curry sauce in my suitcase from Trader Joe's. Oh, man.
I have chocolate. Do you
Texas.
want some chocolate? You can have chocolate.
Oh, you're a sweetheart. No, thank you. Look at here, see?
So we got
You
some.
have chocolate if you want chocolate.
Are you a fan of the Charles Shaw? Buck chuck?
Oh, my God. Oh, actually, they have a new one. They've got, it's called Cherry Blossom.
Oh, man. things
Cherry
have
Blossom
changed.
Red.
Wow, it's been too long.
Ain't no bad.
Yeah.
How about the almonds, there's coconut covered chocolate almonds.
Ooh, coconut. I love
Oh,
coconut.
my yogurt, addicting.
Oh, my God, they're like
The yogurt pretzels?
crack cocaine. That's all I'm telling you.
Honey coated almonds. I like those too.
Mm.
They have like chocolate and then coconut in the middle and then.
Oh, I love them.
Oh, they're so good.
I
dark-
think I could eat just the whole bag if I just sit there.
Oh, it's possible. And then they have yellow curry sauce and red curry sauce. It's the most delicious stuff I've ever tasted in my life. I know. Okay, everybody ready? Okay, so we're gonna go back over the idea that we have to show people what our value is. We have to be telling people what we're doing. One of the things you're talking to somebody is you need to be telling them. So I like to solve problems and then go tell my client that I solved their problem, or come up with creative solutions and have them make the final decision. Okay. If you're always out there solving problems and you're never telling anybody, what do they think? Why am I paying this? You don't do anything. You know, why am I paying? So if you really think about it, think about it. If it takes a lockbox and a licensee to show me a house, okay, what are the things that you're doing that are of value? Okay, so one of the things I like you to do when you're working with buyers is to really be educating them on the market and showing them statistics. And then I'm also talking to people about what? Resale. I'm talking to people about making a smart buying choice. Okay. Oh, sure. Okay, so I see that you're really interested in this house and this is really lovely. I'm looking at it and it's kind of like it's kind of like a pearl. I totally get what you're kind of talking about here. Yeah. I'm just wondering, in the interim, I mean, what is your plans about being in the house? Oh, you think you're going to be here? You think you're going to die in this house? Everybody thinks they're going to die in their house, right? I mean, a lot of people just think, oh yeah, this is the last house I'll be in. Isn't that, do you find that to be true? Yeah.
I thought we'd never.
Me too. I lived in my first house for 3 years. I never thought we'd move. I mean, 3 years. I was like, what? We're buying a what? Okay. So we bought our second house. And then I knew that we weren't going to be able to live in the house I live in. I didn't think we'd be able to live in the house through the kids being in high school because I didn't think the house would fit us that period of time. So I recognized at that point that we were in that, I knew that we just were going to be in this house for a really short period of time. So if I'm going to be in a house for a short period of time, I'm in a different place than if I'm going to die in my home, right? If I'm going to die in my home, then I can like kind of put off doing things to fix it up. I can, live with certain things. But if I'm going to be selling my house in 3 years, what I need to be thinking about. So I'm starting to talk about people right now. So you're coming into a house and it's the vintage house of mine is 1974, right? So does anybody remember in the downstairs I had the popcorn ceiling taken off? Okay, that's a complete and total facelift. But if you were in the upstairs, you would have seen popcorn ceilings, right? So again, one of the things that I'm talking to people about is, I'm really going to let you know that in a house of this vintage, you've got popcorn ceilings. A really smart thing for you to consider doing is having those popcorn ceilings taken down. And they'll always go, oh yeah, we can just paint over that. And what am I going to tell you right now?
Nobody likes popcorn.
Nobody likes popcorn ceilings. And what it is, it's very dating. It's very dating to a home. When you go into a home, that is built in the 70s, you're going to see something. When you go in a home built in the 60s, you're going to see ceiling tiles.
Yep.
You're going to see ceiling tiles, right?
Feels like you're in an office.
Yeah. Yes,
That
ma'am.
reminds me of a question.
Yeah.
Can I try
Yes.
to share?
Yeah, of course.
So, this week you're looking at homes, I'm like, wait, 78, that's almost a 15-year-old home.
Yeah.
Now, what's happening to the value on a 50-year-old home? Is there an automatic kind of price decrease once you're getting past 30?
Not necessarily. It depends on whether or not the homeowner has maintained the home well.
It's condition.
It's condition.
Doesn't matter. 50 years old,
No.
60 years old,
No. It's
Okay.
condition. Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wow, 50
Because
years old,
here's
septic
the things that you're going to notice that make older homes more valuable. Bigger lots,
Yeah.
bigger decks, bigger bedrooms, bigger structures, more rooms.
But the septic, they say 30 years. The heating system, 30 years. Those, they're all still functioning fine, but wow, they're kind of past their life.
Well, I would say a septic system, as long as it's functional, is good because it's fine. It's the heating systems that you want to say, and I will be absolutely truthful with you about this. So there in Alaska, especially in the 70s, there was only 3 sizes of heaters. Okay, so they had the real dinky, teeny, tiny house. You got one size. The mid-sized house, you got a giant heating system that should actually go to a 5,000 square foot home. And then in really big, and we didn't really have a ton of big homes, but in really big homes, they had the Mama Jamma, right? So my parents' home was built in the early 70s, and it has a heating system that was meant for like a 10,000 square foot home, meaning that it was oversized for the home, so it wastes energy. So that's where you get into now with the energy efficiencies. Now, the other question though is when you do get into energy efficiencies, let me ask you this question. 87% efficient furnace, 97% efficiency furnace. Which one's better? No. The return on investment, the length of time that it would take to pay to that 10% takes 50 years to recoup in money. Because when you get that efficient, the efficiencies start becoming micro efficiencies. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. So you would think that it was oh my gosh, 87%, 97%. Not that big of a deal. When you start getting that efficient. Okay. So it's micro. And the return on investment cost is the ROI takes you so long that you'd have to die in the home, or your child might have to die in the home to make it a good payback.
That's been one of the things that my brother's been just fixated on.
Oh, it's energy
So
efficiency.
we came to this one house that had a great brand new boiler system and or a hot water heater and furnace, and he was just like 97%. That's amazing. And everything after that, I was like, oh, that's only 87. That's 88% efficient. So that's.
Isn't it nice for you to know this?
It's good to know that.
Yeah. Now, and I would tell you a 97% is great that somebody went and paid that extra amount of money, but it doesn't save you that much difference. That 10%. So if I'm at 100% efficiency and I'm losing 10% at 100%, that's pennies is what I'm trying to get at.
Like a psychological thing.
But it's
Oh,
a,
but mine
oh,
is-
yeah.
This is a much better
97%.
warmer or whatever.
Yeah. The other thing that's going to be interesting is one of the things that really took off for a while and didn't really stay taken off was radiant heat. Radiant heat was
In-floor
another
heating.
thing. Yeah, in-floor radiant heat was a really big deal for a while. And then people are like,
Not that big of a deal.
not that big of a deal. Or they're not willing to pay the upgrade for it either. It's a huge upgrade expense. And then I don't even want to talk to you about the maintenance. Okay, so let's get back to this. We're gonna get off of page 1. Okay. All right. So legal name of buyers. We're gonna write earnest money just like a check. You guys, why is it important to write it like a check? I'll tell you why. It has to do with how people read numbers. There are certain people, believe it or not, who cannot read numbers. They cannot tell the difference between $3,000 expressed as a number. They can only read a number expressed in a word. Okay, so we do it both ways. So 3,000 and no 100, right? Like a personal check, $3,000. What kind earnest money? I'm going to let you know that our brokerage does not want to take, if we can help it, we'd like to take a personal check. We're happy to take a cashier's check. That would be our preference. Also, money orders are absolutely fine. But we want money that we can go back to. Does that make sense? We cannot take cash, even though if somebody screams and yells at you and says it's legal tender, we can't take cash. Anybody know why? Counterfeit bills, and we cannot be ready. Money laundering. Okay? We cannot launder money.
You gotta take that option out of there.
Well, we have to have it in there because it's actual legal tender. And if it's a different broker policy, another broker might take cash. Our broker will not. Okay? Because there's too many chances that you could take a counterfeit. This weekend, they had this big thing where they were trying to teach people at yard sales how to spot counterfeit bills. So if you don't think it's a big deal, it's a big deal. And then money laundering. Would you notice, what do you think would be the greatest way that a drug dealer could launder money?
Buying houses.
Buying houses
Cash.
for cash. Yeah, why not? That'd be a great way. So banks won't take the money. The title company will not take it in cash. Will not take it in cash, period. Okay, so they're not going to be a party to laundering money. Okay, so Anchorage city area, the zip code. Where are you going to find that? Where are you going to find the zip code? Taxes, listing. Yeah, absolutely. Property profile. Good girl. So you're going to write the address and the legal. The address and the legal must be at the top of every single page. Anybody know why?
Because it's a legal document.
It's a legal document, and what it does is it literally legally sews this offer together. Okay, so we have the we have the address and the legal on top. Believe it or not, this can happen, and if this has ever happened to you, if you get 4 and 5 contracts, and for whatever reason you have them spread out on your desk, and somehow the documents start getting mixed in, you'll flip your lid. You will be so grateful that the top of the document indicates what contract this page goes with, because it could be very easy for you to start mixing and matching contracts, right? Okay, so the other thing I wanted to say is who's going to hold the earnest money? When you are writing the offer, the selling broker is going to hold the earnest money. That's Jack White. Okay, and why do we want Jack White to hold the earnest money? There's a couple good reasons why.
Because that's your buyer. Your broker determines.
Your broker determines whether or not your buyer gets the earnest money back. And our broker will do something very bold that a lot of brokers won't. Our broker will do a broker determination. If you've ever worked for a weak broker, if you haven't had that opportunity, that sucks, because they'll just sit there and they won't make a decision on earnest money, period. They'll just let earnest money sit until the buyer and the seller come to an agreement or they go to mediation. Our broker will actually do a broker determination. It's lovely, okay? Because it lets your buyer know exactly if they're getting their earnest money back or if they truly are in default, okay?
Our broker tells the other brokers.
That's
what they
correct.
should be doing.
That's right. So
Educate them.
exactly. It's a really, and it is for you guys, it's a very big deal. So you want, if possible, you want the earnest money held with your broker. And if you're working for a buyer, you determine where the earnest money goes. Now, there was a period of time, probably 10, 15 years ago, where one of the brokers was insisting that earnest money to be deposited with them. All of us said nope, and that company almost went out of business over that policy. We just had that was Coldwell Banker. We just had another company say we want all earnest money held at title companies. I'm here to tell you that I don't care if earnest money is held at a title company. If you are in a big commercial deal, earnest money is going to be held at a title company. It's not the worst thing in the world. I wouldn't let it cue your deal if it came to your buyer. But you would prefer to have earnest money held at your broker, okay? And if you're writing the contract, you can just say, thank you, but no, we prefer the earnest money, and my client prefers the earnest money to be held with our broker. And I think Keller has kind of gone away from that policy. They're not insisting. I'm not seeing it in their listings anymore. Anybody else see that? Yes, ma'am.
Another thought, if you go to a title company, can your broker still make a broker determination?
Negatory. That is why they don't want the liability. There are some real estate companies that actually don't want to have a trust account anymore. We are not that company, just so you know. My broker is absolutely fine making determinations. Okay, purchase price. Again, we're going to write it out like a check. And why are we always going to say min instead of 0 or 5 or 20 or 15 or whatever? Okay. The biggest deal is, I see people do this all the time. And I think I've told you this once before, but I'm going to go over it again. Even if you have a VA buyer, and even though his loan allows a 0 down payment, if you write 0 here, sellers will flip out. because they don't understand why somebody isn't making a down payment, even though I can sit across from a seller all day long and twice on Sunday and tell them that that is a function of a VA loan, even if I'm dealing with a VA seller. It is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. However, if you put min here, they're absolutely fine. So why would you give somebody something to argue about? Do you see what I'm saying? Or if you have a VA buyer or an FHA buyer and it's 3.5%, somebody's going, well, they're not putting very much money down. They don't have a lot of skin in this game. Okay. Now I have another licensee who really likes to, I call it show a lot of leg, and they like to show off their conventional buyers. They like to show that their conventional buyers putting 10 or 20% down. And I'm like, I love seeing 10 and 20% down. Can I tell you why?
Because whenever the home inspection comes back, I'm only gonna do the health and safety.
And I'm not giving, and obviously you have a crap ton of money, so you don't need any help with closing costs,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So don't be showing off somebody's financial position. It's a real, just so you know, I love seeing that. Oh, show off all you want. I'm like, here, kitty, 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 kitty. Yeah, oh, you wanted closing costs? No, looks like you got 20% down. You don't need closing costs because you can pay your down payment. So what's 20% of $300,000? 20, 40, 60,000 bucks. So you are well qualified. I don't need to help you out. Do you see my point? Okay. So don't be showing off for people. Just put them in. And it takes that whole, it puts everybody on an even level playing field, and sellers won't get mad when they see the offer. Okay. All right. You either do or do not intend to occupy as your primary residence. Why is this such a big deal? Financing. What about financing makes that such a big deal, guys?
It's either going to be an income property or it's going to be.
Correct. And what happens if it's an income property? What do you already know if you don't know this already? Down payment is higher, interest rate is higher.
What is the minimum time that you have to be legal in place?
Every loan program has a different requirement. VA, I believe, is 1 year. FHA, I believe, is 2 years. I can't answer unconventional. But if you're going in saying that you're going to be an owner occupant, here's the other thing. There's a couple guys who ended up wearing a orange jumpsuit that worked at real estate companies because they were committing, what is it called? Fraud. They were telling people that they were non-owner, they were owner occupants when they were not.
And they would rent it out.
Yep.
People are hired to go check.
That is correct. We've had somebody's note called due, FYI. You can go talk to John Carmen all day long, twice on Sunday. He's had people's note called due. So if it turns out that and obviously, can I tell you, nobody is buying this, right, anymore. We're not buying that you live in Prominence Point and you're going to go move into a fourplex in Spenard. Nobody buys it. They just don't believe you, okay? They do believe that maybe you're going to go from a condo to a fourplex. They might believe that. Okay, they might believe that you're going to go from a home that has a 2,000 square foot home to a owner's unit, okay, in a fourplex. They might buy that, but they are not buying. You're going to leave your multi-million-dollar home and go live in a fourplex. They're not buying it. Okay, not unless there's a divorce or something else involved. Okay, so just know, and they're going to ask questions, and lenders are going to sit there and go, yeah, no, FYI, no. All right, so just know that. Okay, so property type, single family condominium, what's a PUD? Does anybody remember? Planned unit development. There are certain properties that are planned unit developments, and they'll say them right on it. If you ever have the opportunity to drive down Diamond Boulevard as you're getting close to Jewel Lake Road, there's some Ray-Ann townhomes, and they say a PUD, planned unit development. So they are a true early hybrid of a condo and a townhome. Does anybody remember what a townhome is? Style of architecture means there's 2-story, okay? And then they're condominiumized, and then they also have land that comes with them. So the owners actually own the land and they own the exteriors of their buildings, okay? So they're a PUD, okay? What's another massive PUD? Independence Park is the most massive pure PUD in existence. Think of it as utopia. Okay? What do I mean by utopia? What's the idea of a PUD?
Everything has everything.
Correct. It's like you would never have to leave. You could go to work there, you could worship there, you could eat there, your kids could go to school, play. You would never have to leave. Okay, that's the whole idea of a pure PUD. Duplex, triplex, fourplex, you kind of get that. And then other, what could be another kind of property?
Commercial.
We're not going to be using this form if we're doing commercial.
Trail,
Hmm?
trailers?
Yep, could be a mobile home.
Zero lot line.
We could say zero lot line, although a zero lot line is truly a single family. What if it was a unique structure? Let's say geodesic dome, let's say yurt. How about a Quonset hut? They're not truly single families. Do you know what I mean? They don't quite fit into any of these categories. What's the problem with a yurt? Do you know what a yurt is?
I saw one on our way out to Topeka.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh.
There it is right there. So it's like a canvas house. Canvas house. No pulling.
How do you get financing for that?
That's the point of why the property type is a big deal. Okay, all cash offer if you're going to be making that. If not, what we would like to see you do as a higher end writing of contracts, you hash through where you are not going to be filling anything in. That lets someone else know that you acknowledge that that is there and that we are not using that, okay? That shows us that you know what you're doing a little bit more. So click new financing, okay? Now, I kind of wish that B was on the that rolled down to the second page,
Right.
and that is something that we have a lot of people who get really torqued off and write things in here. Somebody wrote on yours, VA offer, right?
Right next to finance.
Yeah, and anytime somebody, here's something else. I need you to understand, if people go and mark up this document, okay? If they go and start hashing on boxes and start marking things up, everybody involved in the contract has to go and initial that, okay, that change. So what you want is you do not want a buyer or a seller who sees this to go and start marking up this document. That is what a counter offer is for. So what I suggest people do is when I'm presenting a offer to my seller, I have the original beside me so they don't touch it or mark on it, and I have copies for them that they can mark all over. And then if I need to, I have a counter offer right here so that we can make any changes to the document that we need to. Does that sound good? But don't be marking up this offer, okay? All right, so I said VA on this. And Alaska Housing Finance Corporation under the following program, what kinds of programs can you do? You can do all kinds of add-ons. You can do what's called an ERLIB. You can do a first-time home buyer. You can do a VMP with a veterans mortgage preference with Alaska Housing. Alaska Housing has all kinds of amazing programs. Alaska Housing has, if you're finding a property that's in distress, they have, I want to say, I'm going to be conservative. I believe it's $25,000 and it could be as much as 50. I'll have to go ask. They have a construction loan.
It's 50,000.
Is it 50?
There's actually another 5,000 when you put in the application, so it's 55.
Okay, awesome. So $55,000 for rehab. FHA has something called a 203K. I believe that is $25,000 for rehab that can be done as part of the deal. So if you're walking into a property, it needs to be rehabbed. Okay, and we're talking rehab is going to be major stuff, guys. It's not going to be cosmetic. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a roof. It's going to be a heating system, septic possibly.
Okay, so hang on.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Then 25 or 50, you can add into your loan.
It would be an add-on.
Right.
So that money, you're going to do the work now, and you're going to finance it over 30 years.
Gotcha. In
Okay.
addition to your $300,000 purchase price.
Correct. So now it's a 355,
But you have to qualify for the
and you have
whole
to
thing.
qualify for
So
for
still
that.
You're qualified for 350.
Correct.
So what's the point?
Because you have a property that's not
Available to-
correct.
Okay.
So it's like what we would call construction takeout financing. This used to, or what people did with HELOCs all the time. They would get a HELOC on their house and they would go and they would get stuff fixed in their property, right? That's what HELOCs were for. Does everybody understand that? Okay. Has anybody ever done construction financing? That's when you go and you secure a construction line of credit, and then you hire a contractor, and they do draws against the construction line as they're doing, and they're showing the receipts and they're showing the work orders.
Inspections.
Yep. Okay. What's RD? Has anybody in here done an RD loan? Rural development. What do you know about RD? What can you tell me?
Zero down.
Zero down. Is that a big
Support
deal?
Low income.
Yes.
But you have to be rural to there.
Okay, so if you've got a family who really, really, really would like a home, can I tell you, if they're willing to do the drive or they're willing to move out to the valley, there are some amazing deals that they can get RD. And I used to not be such a proponent of this, but now people could actually live out there. There's jobs to be had. Whereas before, I mean, most people, there's still a lot of commuters, but it's not as miserable as it used to be.
I don't think you can be any closer than Palmer or Wasilla this way.
I don't believe so. I don't believe you can either. I believe it's that and out. Although, do understand what you are committing to if you haven't ever driven 2 hours a day. Do understand that. Okay, is there any other loan types out there? Anybody else know of any other loan types? I can probably name 50 loan types off the top of my head. Okay, KeyBank has Key Assist program. There's NeighborWorks has probably 50 or 60 different programs. Alaska USA has some different programs. Credit Union One has different loan programs with different loan parameters. I'm going to say this to you again. You have to become a guru of financing. Okay, because if I can get somebody a loan, I can continue to sell real estate. If I can only do FHA, VA, and conventional, and that's the only thing I know how to do, then I'm done in this business when financing gets hard. I'm here to tell you, I bet you financing is going to start to get really hard. Okay, do you know why? Why do you think I'm saying this?
Well, the economy and people are getting layoffs and blah, blah, blah.
Okay, and how about we're getting a new president? We're going to have a whole new fiscal policy. I don't know what that fiscal policy is going to be, but we've been talking about raising interest rates for the last 5 years. Okay, I'm going to bet you that the interest rates have to rise, guys. It's just a function of our economy. So right now, I'm super interested in finding out everything I can possibly find out about financing. Who here has gone and talked to NeighborWorks? Nobody in this room has gone and talked to NeighborWorks. Okay, could you please write that down? That is a class assignment. You need to call NeighborWorks and find out what kind of financing they have available. How about Cook Inlet Housing? You need to call Cook Inlet Housing and find out what kind of financing they have available. How about pick a credit union? And I'm going to tell you, you cannot use Alaska USA because they have a mortgage company. Go pick one. There's Frontier Skies, there's Denali Federal, there's Credit Union One, there's probably 50, there's Alaska Airlines Federal Credit Union, there's probably 50 credit unions out there. Go pick one and find out what kind of financing they have. They have financing that they can do for people that I can't. Okay, that a mortgage company cannot. So how about FNBA? What kind of financing does FNBA offer? Do you offer more than just straight up conventional financing? Can you structure a loan? Okay. How about if you had somebody tomorrow who said they wanted to go build their house? What would you do?
Build their what?
They want to go build a house. What would you do?
Contractor.
Okay. First of all, I want to find financing. I want to find financing. Before I find a contractor, I want to find financing.
Sure.
Okay. That's my #1 job. So who does construction financing?
Wells Fargo, First National Bank.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, probably a lot of.
A lot of them do, but who does? Who does? But I want to find out who's doing the financing, right? That's really important. Who does new construction takeout financing? A really great place I would tell you would be FNBA. Northern Bank. If I had somebody who wanted to do a commercial project, you almost always are going to Northern Bank. Okay? You need to know where the money is. Native corporations sometimes will do stuff. There's people who will do grants. There's all kinds of crap out there that you have absolutely no idea about. If you don't know financing, you're going to be dead in the water. There's so much more out there than just Home State, just Wells Fargo, just Alaska USA. And your buyers are suffering because you don't know, right? Wouldn't it be smarter if I knew? And what kind of friend will you make in somebody if you save them money?
A lifetime friend.
Lifetime friend. Okay. There's interest rate reduction programs with Alaska Housing. Alaska Housing is something you got to know. You got to know what they're doing and what they're not. They used to have a teacher program. They used to have a nurses program that they've discontinued because nobody was using them. What's that?
Cop program.
They had a police officer in the neighborhood program. I believe there's somebody else who's doing that. What about HUD 184? Who knows about HUD 184? What's HUD 184?
A little bit. Tribal owner or tribal card holder and
Native corporation share.
You have to be a native corporation shareholder and you have to have what's called a BIA card. What's a BIA card? Bureau of Indian Affairs card. If you can show that you have a Bureau of Indian Affairs card, or you can show that you're a member of a tribe, you can get a really amazing loan program. And wouldn't that be cool?
You don't gotta have 600-700 credit.
I can't remember. I think they have.
I think that one has to do with your, I don't think it has anything to do with credit, that one.
So that,
It's
It
like
might be
your
credit. It might be credit neutral.
history, your credit history.
yeah, showing that you've made payments on a.
You can't be delinquent for like a 12 months or something like that,
and
and
have judgment.
Yeah, but you know what
Yeah.
I'd want to do? I'd want to talk to a lender who's done a HUD 184 lately. Okay, because FYI, the other thing about lending is it changes on a dime. Okay, it changes on a dime. So what I thought last year, they may have revised their programs. Okay, I know that Alaska USA was offering for a while a 10% down payment program on a non-owner occupied duplex. That is huge. 10% down versus 20% down, guys. If I can save my buyer 10%, he can buy 2 duplexes.
Who's this?
What? Are you awake now?
You got me now.
Yeah, Alaska USA.
Now, did you say Alaska USA is different than their mortgage company?
Correct.
So- I
Correct.
didn't know that.
Well, Alaska USA has their own mortgage company.
Right.
Okay, so don't call Alaska USA as a credit union because they have their own mortgage company.
Okay,
So
it's not
credit
both.
union, correct. Credit union one does not, they have a mortgage financing department, but they don't have their own mortgage company where they have originators that work. Okay. Okay.
Doesn't Wells Fargo have their own company too?
Wells
Maybe
Fargo,
not here, but
yeah. No, they have their own lenders, for sure. You know, plus they're one of the most gigantic mortgage servicers in the United
because
States.
when we bought a house in Nevada, we went to their mortgage
Right.
company, but
They have a mortgage company here.
oh, they do.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Okay. So why do I need to know where all the different money is? So the big mamma jammas, RD is a big deal. HUD 184 is a really big deal. Cook Inlet Housing is a big deal. NeighborWorks is a big deal.
there was a down payment assistance grant program last year. They're revising it right now, but that one was a big seller for me. I mean,
You could get all kinds of people in
All
houses
kinds
that
of people.
would not qualify.
Which program's that one?
it was a down payment assistance grant.
And was it
program.
with
Primary
NeighborWorks?
residential,
Primary residential.
mortgage.
Cook Inlet Housing
Amy
does a down
Washington.
payment match program. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff out there, you guys. You've got to know about financing. Okay? All right.
How does that work then? The match, the closing, what did you say? Cook Inlet does a
Down payment match program.
down payment match.
Okay.
program.
How about you call them and let's get all the details for me? Okay. Okay, did you get that? Okay, on or before, we're going to apply for a loan, and we want to have a lender letter from our lender of choice, okay? Typically, I'm going to tell you, you're going to also want, here's some interesting things too. I'll give you some true stories. There are some other lenders that we haven't even talked about. What about Quicken?
I heard that you wouldn't want to use them.
I had the easiest deal in my entire
Yeah?
career with Quicken.
Quicken?
And I got that too. It was, and then I
Okay.
also heard like in sales meeting when someone was like giving props to their realtor because Quicken was
Yeah,
so
I'm
slow.
I'm telling you right now, my sister, who is a broker, our broker in the Valley, absolutely is a true believer in Quicken. True believer, okay? So I'm just telling you that they're out there and you should find out what they're offering. If you're at Costco has some kind of mortgage program.
Costco?
Costco, yep. Yep. Yeah, well, no, there's next time somebody's in Costco, grab the flyers. It says, buy a home right over there. So I would want to know about that. I mean, what would be the benefit, if any? Costco's not doing it for free. Let me just tell you that. Okay, so your lender letter needs to have these 5 items. Satisfactory credit report. What does that mean? They meet the credit quals. Acceptable income. They make enough money to afford the home. Source of down payment. What does that mean?
They have
They either have cash, they either have a savings account, or they're going to get a gift letter. Okay. How many people in here? I got my first down payment from the National Bank of Mom and Dad. My parents gifted us the down payment on our home. Yeah. How nice, So don't count out family members, okay? Ellen, I'll also remind me to talk to you about seasoning money. Availability of funds to close, what does that mean?
They have the funds to close.
They have the funds to close. The approval of the loan is or is not contingent, what does that mean?
If they need to sell their house or not.
Okay, perfect. Or they have to sell something. Something. It doesn't mean, it could be not just a lease, sale, or recording, or sale of any property. By the way, sometimes if they have to sell their car, sometimes if they have to refinance their student loans. Sometimes it's something that is contingent on.
Do you write that in somewhere?
No, I would just say it is or
specific,
is not contingent.
and let them ask?
And the lender will typically fill in what that is. And, sometimes you have to sell a snowmobile or some people have, they live in an apartment, but they go buy a Class A motorhome. Okay, which counts as a primary residence. They financed it as a primary residence.
Yeah, probably the licensee of the person who's reading this will call you up as the
Exactly.
licensee. What is that all?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so buyer agrees. Again, I would love for this to say done and done, or today's date, if you're writing that, whatever. And I will write in the name of the lender and their phone number. So I would say home state / Kelly Gray Wander and her phone number. That's what I would typically write in there. Okay, because I don't mind if they call. And by the way, if I'm the listing licensee, I'm calling and talking about this. Okay, so yes, ma'am.
So I was kind of confused that in not being contingent on a lease. So what if I have a client who is currently a tenant and her lease is not up until 3 months from now, whereas a purchase usually 45 to 60 days? Should I say it's contingent on that?
That's up to her to talk to her lender about, not up to me, because she could possibly sublease her, where that is. But typically, like James's deal was contingent on the gal either selling or leasing her property, and the property had to be leased for $1,400 a month. $1,200 a month.
I have to call her.
Gotcha. Okay. So in the event the buyer fails to provide the seller with documentation required by the respective dates, the purchase agreement may be terminated at the election of the who? Seller. If the seller terminates this agreement, they'll provide written notice to buyer within 3 business days from the dates noted in the section above. Which means, you guys, if you're not receiving a 90% letter, this is super important. Your seller can terminate this deal if they end up signing it, but you have something that you have to do. They have to write a letter, okay, and notify that they're terminating. A lot of you will just be like, okay, well, kind of like what Elena did to you over there, Erin, where it's just like, oh, well, it just expired, so we just didn't get back with you. I hate that. Okay, I want you to do the correct paperwork. Okay, do the correct paperwork. If your seller is going to decide to terminate, and have them write the letter within the 3 days. Okay. Also, I know that it says 3 days if not filled in. A lot of you will just skip that. Fill it in, even if you're going to put 3 days. Fill it in. Again, that shows us that you know that there's a spot and that you actually know what that means. Okay. Here's a super important one that will catch you out as new licensees, and that is 5. Buyer must obtain seller's approval in writing of any change in lender, type of financing, or allocation of closing costs. Okay, used to be a buyer would go out, find out that they weren't quite qualified for this, then they would run out and go to a different, my other favorite thing is another mortgage company offered them a trigger term over here, so they would hop mortgage companies. And your buyer would just say, well, that's my right as an American. No, it is not when you're in a contract, okay? You are telling them who you're getting your financing from. If you want to change financing, you have to have permission from the seller, and the seller does not have to give it to you. I can say no.
So why is that? Why does the seller have to give permission?
Because it affects the saleability of their home, and it may affect what the splits and closing costs. It may affect how long it's going to take to do this loan. It may affect all kinds of different things. Okay, so they do not have to agree, and it has to be in writing. Please don't. Buyers sometimes go. I call it they go rogue. They get online, and this was really terrible, you guys, in the internet lenders when people would be online all night long trying to match and beat deals and do all this kind of craziness. And they would give you like 6 different lenders that they've been qualified with and all this different stuff. And you'd be like, we've already been in contract. We've said we're using this lender. If you want to change, we have to have permission of the seller. And we're not kidding. And the seller does not have to grant it. And buyers get really pissed off, okay, because they're like, well, it's going to save me $1 over 30 years. And you're like, I'm sorry, they don't have to do that.
So on the flip side, how would you advise the seller? So you represent the seller, and then you get this letter. He says, well, he's jumping from Wells Fargo to Quicken or something.
Mhm.
So how would I advise my client?
I would call it Quicken, and I would see if there's any change in costs and any change in time. Because if there's no change in cost to you as the seller, or if it's a reduction in cost, or if there's no change in time, what do you care? Do you see what I'm saying? If it benefited, on the flip side, if it benefited the buyer and they were happier to do it and it doesn't cost you anything, or if it reduces your cost, then I'd be happy to do it. If it cost me more money, I would not be happy to do it. Or if it cost me more time, I would think about it.
Yeah, and it costs more money. You could add an
Correct.
amendment and say, well, you pay
Correct.
the,
Correct.
whatever the other fees.
Correct.
are.
Unless they're and here's the one that will get you every single time. It's the seller doc prep fee, because some loans out there have a 0 origination fee, but they're going to make their money somewhere, guys. If I'm charging you a 0 origination fee, I'm padding the loan with other costs somewhere else. Just know this to be true, because it is, right? Yeah. So they're either it's going to be a higher interest. So typically what it is, it's a higher interest rate for the buyer, which I don't care if they do that. That's up to them. So what a lender will change is they'll change a better yield. It's called a yield spread ratio over the life of the loan with no origination fee. Okay, and that's fine, because that hurt. Who does that hurt, or who does that affect? Affects the buyer. So you as a seller don't care. But if they have a no origination fee loan and then they have a $6,000 doc prep fee, which I've seen a $10,000 doc prep fee before. And if it's an FHA or VA buyer, who's mandatory that gets paid by?
Seller.
The seller. So all of a sudden, I'm not going to pay that. Do you see that? I'm not going to allow. Thanks that you can get a no origination loan. That's awesome, but I'm required to pay that closing cost, and I'm not going to agree to increase my closing costs. Okay. So do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a big deal. All right.
You don't want to change after appraisal, right?
What's that? Changing after appraisal can be a really big deal, because remember, the appraisal becomes tied to the home. Now, if it's the same type of financing, if you've got an FHA number and they're just changing to another lender with different terms and they can use that FHA appraisal, that might be fine. But some lenders are refusing to release. So that could be a whole nother kettle of fish. You might have to pay for another appraisal, which again, typically is paid by the seller, which they're going to be livid to pay. And then what else? Time. If it means we got more time, that's a problem.
Okay, so as the seller's representative,
Yep.
they've got a loan, do we need to, that just kind of sounds like due diligence to find out that doc prep fee.
Exactly. Which is why when you get offers in, you know what we do? I call it vet the offer. We call up the mortgage company, we ask for sheets. We're like looking at, what does this actually cost your seller? And if they won't give me cut sheets, what do I tell you right now? If they say to me, I'm not going to give you costs, then I'm going to say, this is going to cost you the deal, my friend, because the seller has the right to know what the closing costs are to the seller. Okay, I understand this is a loan to the buyer, but are there going to be costs to the seller? They're going to say, yep, there sure are, little lady. I'm going to say, okay, then the seller has the right to know what they are before they agree to this deal. And if you're not willing to share them, then obviously, what do I think right now? I think there's something shady going on. And I'm not asking you for the buyer's costs. I'm asking you for what are you charging the seller. Okay. Well, I'm so glad you're here today. Okay.
What if the seller, in the offer, you got them to agree to pay $2,500 in closing? Then does it matter what the specific things that $2,500 is going to? Or?
It doesn't, but if I agreed to pay $2,500 of the buyer's cost, and then they just gave me $10,000 more cost, now I'm paying $12,500.
So you still want that, right?
So I still want to know what's that? Yeah, exactly. So the last thing is, buyer agrees to pay all fees to satisfy all conditions in a timely manner required by the lender for processing the loan app Buyer agrees the interest rate offered by the lender is not a contingency. What does that mean? That means that if the interest rate goes up during the course of them getting a loan, which boys and girls, by the way, it might start doing, it is not a contingency for them to get out of the deal. You need to know that. Well, my interest rate just went up 1 point. It sure did. Okay, the last thing I want to talk to you about this. Do you advise your client whether or not you lock their interest rate or not?
No.
That is the word that needs to be never, 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 never. Do you
Why?
tell a buyer to lock their interest rate? Because if it goes down, they just locked a higher rate.
So they could tell their lender to lock it at any
They can
time.
tell their lender to lock. The other thing I would tell you and tell your buyers this, do not lock your interest rate before you get a home inspection. Honey Kim, why do you not lock your interest rate before you get a home inspection? Why do you not lock your interest rate before you've done your?
Might be lower.
Because you might not be buying that property.
That one too, and
Yeah,
then
you might not be buying
might
it.
Lower and then
So
you get blamed for that.
Okay?
what would happen if, okay, so something comes up on inspection, right? And you don't buy the property, what?
You could
how do you
you could
get affected by it?
you could be paying a loan lock fee, and it's very
What if
expensive.
It goes
Oh,
up and then they still blame you.
What's that?
If it goes up.
That's not, you are not the lender, and I cannot tell you, that is outside my, you gotta stay in your lane. That is-
But don't they talk to the lender about that?
Sometimes they talk to lenders and sometimes they don't, and sometimes your clients are really jacked up and they're, they're doing things behind your back, that you don't know about.
So you might cancel the whole thing, but you got that loan.
You might have a
You have to pay that
loan
fee.
lock, there might be a fee that you have to pay to cancel the lock. Okay, and do not, I never want to hear this coming out of anybody's mouth, do not tell the lender that it's their job to pay that loan lock fee. It's not their job to pay that loan lock fee. That is your client's job to pay it.
How much are we talking,
Could be thousands of dollars,
really?
really. Could be thousands of dollars, okay? So I do not tell somebody when to lock their loan. They have to make their own best decision. And obviously, you guys, when interest rates are going to start fluctuating, and they're going to start, I perceive that they're going to start fluctuating a lot. This is going to be a really big deal. Because people are going to be saying, okay, Megan, do I lock my loan? And what do you got to say?
Talk to your lender.
Talk to your lender. I really can't tell you. I really don't know what I'd be doing in your position.
I like to tell them I'm not licensed
Yep,
in that
nice.
area.
Yep, not my
You
area of
talk to your
expertise.
lender all about financing. You could ask me the question, but I may not know.
Yeah,
I like to tell them I know what I know and I know what I don't know.
nice. That's good. I like that.
Right,
Well,
get that
it's outside
inspection.
of my lane. What's in my lane and what's outside of my lane.
Mhm.
Availability of any financing program may change at any time. What can happen? You guys could be in on one of these great deals. They could be over at Cook Inlet, and all of a sudden Cook Inlet could run out of money. And all of a sudden your buyer can't buy. I'm sorry, but it does happen. Okay? One of the things that I tell my buyers, they have to be extremely proactive. Okay? When it comes to doing the lending process, it is a lot like going to a proctology exam. Anybody know what that is? Okay. It is an uncomfortable exam. Okay. Going and getting pre-qualified. We need to stop talking about it like it's a day spa experience. It is not a day spa experience. It is a miserable experience for a buyer to get a loan. Okay. They ask a lot of invasive questions. All right. So you need to treat it like it is not a great experience. And you need to tell them, instead of talking to people like, oh my God, and then you just go in and get pre-qualified and it's amazing. It's not like that. It's miserable to go get pre-qualified and all the documents that they ask you and all the crap you have to go find. And a lot of people haven't done their taxes. That's the other thing. A lot of people don't complete their taxes on time. Did y'all know this? Not you in this room, people out there. Okay. So they have to go and do their taxes in order to get qualified. Okay, again, not a day spa experience. Okay, all right, we're moving on. Seller financing. I have probably done seller financing, I'm saying a handful, maybe 5 times in my career. It doesn't happen that often, but for a sum of money payable at blank or more per month, including a certain interest rate, does it make sense to you? And don't let your buyer be a moron, that they're going to pay a higher interest rate if a seller is going to finance them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so don't be showing somebody bank financing because nobody's going to take it. Let me just lay this down. If I'm going to be your bank for you, it's going to benefit me. Does that make sense? So what would be probably what you would be seeing as interest rates right now? I think 6 would be very low.
Wow.
6 would be low.
For homeowner finance?
For seller financing, why would I finance you for 2 points over rate?
It's better than the bank.
Yeah, not that much. I'd probably be looking for 7% financing. Again, look at what car loans are going for. Look at what other, look at what.
Yeah, and they ask for like at least 30%, I mean,
Typically-
$30,000 down.
Typically, they're going to ask for 20% down.
Right.
Okay, so again, you're going to have cashola.
So who would fill this out? I mean.
We would be coming up with the terms. Hi, Phil.
So
How was
we
your
come up
weekend?
with how much we want from that seller?
Well, we have to, again, you're going to have to come up with, you're going to have to sit down and you're going to have to come up with a payment program that they can live with. Okay. So, and typically it's going to have a down payment. I'm going to want, I would see minimums I see is 10%, you guys. A seller, don't be shocked and amazed to find out that they want at least 20%. Also, you have to think about this. The amount of money that they put down has to clear all the expenses of sale. What are the expenses of sale I'm talking about? Commission, and what else? Title, closing costs. Seller closing costs.
Gotta cover.
Has to cover your, okay, FYI, it has to cover your fee. You have to get paid. We're not taking
Right.
deferred commissions. Okay?
Well, it would be just like if they were going to regular mortgage, it'd be all their closing costs.
But
Commissioner.
correct. But the down is going to cover, has to at least cover whatever the commission is. Does that make sense to you? So if I got a 6% commission, what's 6% on $300,000? That's $18,000 right there.
What about closing fees?
Okay, that plus now we got to think about closing fees. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
just don't leave out commission.
don't leave out the commission. And don't think that somebody's going to give you a 0 down or a 3%, 3.5% down. That's bank, right? If you want those kind of terms, you probably want to go see a bank. Okay?
Run into a uniform.
Yep, the golden unicorn. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's, because that's a good one, right?
Okay.
Man, they put it on the market so many times, or what have you.
Well, typically, I'm going to tell you, typically the property is in a non-financeable condition in order for the seller to be able to do seller financing. Okay? There might be something so, a bank cannot financing. It could be that there's a bad well and septic, and maybe so we've got one deal going on upstairs where there's a well and septic that's just bad, and the seller has no money. Okay? So they're doing a owner financing because the seller cannot afford to clear and it's a requirement in the state of Alaska, the municipality of Anchorage, that you have a COSA in order to sell, right? So we're selling the property and we have to clear the commissions and the COSA. Okay? Does that make sense? So there has to be enough money in that deal in order to do that. If there's not enough money in that deal, we can't do the deal. Does that make sense? Okay, where do you think who does the servicing on this kind of loan? Anyone know? First National Bank of Alaska, FNBA. They process all the paperwork, they take in all the payments. So right now you can go to FNBA and you can go onto their escrow services and you can download those documents. You can have that. That should go, if you're going to write an all cash offer, those documents should go with your offer. Okay, all the escrow documents should go with your offer. Okay, so don't be thinking you're going to do a 3% down payment. I'm not doing a 3%. No seller's going to do a 3% down payment, and don't think you're going to get bank financing. You're not going to get bank rate. You're going to get more like credit card financing.
So,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you understand this one. So whoever buys this property is gonna be making the payments to FNBA?
FNBA.
FNBA?
Mm-hmm. You're making it to the escrow department,
Okay, not to the buyer.
not to the seller.
Seller side.
Nope, they're not going to make it to the seller. And why do we want to have a neutral third-party arrangement?
Just keep it cleaner.
Yeah, I don't want to take, because what if you bounce a check to me?
I don't want that liability.
Yep. And FNBA does escrows all day long and twice on Sunday, guys. It's magic.
Nice.
So they're they're probably the premier company that does these. They're excellent. And you can download all the forms right now. They're fab, okay? All right, so however much, like $350,000 payable at blank amount per month, what are you going to get your amount per month? You're going to use an amortization table, right?
Same thing. principal
Yep,
interest.
yep. Including blank percent interest per annum for however many years, okay? The parties are encouraged to negotiate the important terms of seller financing now and include such terms in paragraph 25 or in a separate addendum. Important terms may include the form of financing documents, contract note, deed of trust or mortgage, due on sale clause, prepayment option or penalty, remedies on default, etc. Buyer shall provide seller with documentation as required by seller, verifying buyer's ability to purchase according to the price, terms, and conditions by. So they're going to want to see something of you. I might want to see some kind of documentation about you. Okay.
FNBA.
No, the seller. This is what you'd show the seller. Seller financing is contingent upon the seller's approval of the above documentation on or before whatever date. In the event buyers fails to obtain seller approval, this purchase agreement shall automatically terminate. Okay, does that make sense? So how many times have I done seller financing? Not very many. Probably twice. Although when properties get distressed, you're going to start seeing it over and over and over. I see a lot of it in the valley. I mean, you can do, yep, financing. Okay, closing costs. This is where a lot of people go hinky on me. Okay, when it comes to closing costs, please do yourself a favor because I know you're thinking when you're writing an offer, well, I'm asking the seller to pay closing costs, so I'm going to allocate the closing costs to the seller. Please don't do that. Please do typical closing costs. And where do you get that information?
Your lender.
You get it from your lender, and then we have all those sheets that are in all of these different things that tell you which kind of financing. Please follow the kind of financing your buyer is actually getting. Please follow the kind of financing your buyer is getting. So if they're doing VA financing, use the check boxes for VA financing. If they're doing FHA, use the check boxes for FHA. Don't get cute. Nobody likes it. And it creates it doesn't make you look good. And people call me up and say, where'd they learn how to write a contract? Okay. So I don't like that. All right. So lender commitment fee is typically paid by the buyer. Lender origination fee. Commitment fee is actually, just between you, me, and the lamppost, is a fee charged by Alaska Housing Financing Corporation only, but we've kept it in forever. Discount points. Okay, one of the Wile E. Coyote things that I've seen people try and do is include discount points and mark them to the seller, which is basically like opening up your seller's checkbook. And discount points are ridiculously expensive. Okay, so for a quarter point, it's $3,000 on a $300,000 loan. Okay, so FYI, I'm not paying your discount points, so don't get cute. Do you see what I'm saying? We are not in the business. We owe good faith and fair dealing to the opposite side. We're not in the business of cheating somebody or being obscuring what we're doing. We want to show people an offer on the front end. Okay, MIP and PMI, what programs do those go with? FHA and conventional. FHA and conventional. So if you're doing less than a 20% down payment, you might have private mortgage insurance premium with FHA, right? Okay. VA funding fee only goes with a VA loan. So don't mark a box that doesn't apply to the type of loan that you're using. Does that make sense? Okay. So don't mark VA funding fee if you're getting an FHA loan. You look like a asshat.
Or don't mark HOA when there's no HOA.
Exactly. Okay, lender doc, I know, and they don't, and people will love to point this out to you. Well, you do know that there's no homeowners association, don't you? Right, thank you. Okay, lender doc prep fee, it's a requirement on a VA loan that the seller pay the lender doc prep, which also means I'm going to call up and find out how much that is. Does that make sense to you? So if I found out you're getting a no origination loan, but you're asking me to pay $3,000 in a lender doc prep fee, don't be surprised when I reject your offer or counter your offer. Okay, don't be surprised. Okay, you could write in another fee right here. If, for instance, if you were getting some kind of loan that had another fee, you are able to write that in, what kind it is, if you have to. Flood certification. I'm seeing a lot of people just quit marking these boxes. These are non-optional. These boxes need to be marked because we do a flood cert that is now with our lending guidelines. All properties have to go through a floodplain search. It's a requirement, so don't leave it off. It's going to have to be charged to somebody. Okay. Tax registration, same thing. Home warranty. What's the big deal about a home warranty? Okay, if the property comes with a home warranty that the seller is offering, that typically would be listed in the listing, right? Then you're perfectly fine just to mark the box and walk on down the road. If, however, your buyer is asking for a home warranty, you need to go ahead and put in the additional terms and conditions, what home warranty, from what company, covering what, for what trade call fee, and any upgrades that you're asking for. Do not just ask for a home warranty, because again, that's a blank check. Okay, if a seller agrees to it and I don't say what the stipulations are, then I can go on to HSA and I can give myself the 7-star upgrade and the buyer's optional coverage. And oh, by the way, while I'm at it, I can cover a few more things. Okay, I'm gonna let that go. Credit report, reserves and prepaid interest. Why does a buyer have to establish those, even if we're asking the seller to pay for it?
Because contract asks for it. It says that your lender has verified that you have funds.
Right? So credit report, what does the contract say? Credit report says that we've checked your credit. Okay? Typically, that fee is going to be paid by the buyer, okay, when they go in. Reserves, what's that? What are reserves for? Yep, taxes and what else?
Interest.
Taxes and interest, because we have to set up our reserve account. What is our reserve account for?
Cushion.
No, it's not a cushion. Remember, mortgages are paid behind you. So look at your butt, in arrears. I can't see it. Mortgages are paid in arrears. So remember, when you purchase a house, you have a period of time before you make your first payment. Okay, they give you a break. Right? So I'm paying interest to the day I close, right? Right, then I have a payment. So my reserve account has all my, the money that I've reserved in escrow. Remember, that's part of the closing costs. Okay, it goes into an account that goes with your servicer, and they make payments out of that account. Okay? All right, and then what about prepaid interest? Prepaids, what's your prepaids? That's where you're saving for that money, okay? So reserves and prepaids. Sales tax, I will tell you that sales tax has not hit the muni, but it is in the valley. Okay, sales tax is in the valley. What about a resale certificate or a public offering statement, and what's the difference?
Resales for an HOA, public offering is for new construction.
That is correct. High fives.
To the seller to provide it.
Fives. I know. What's that?
The seller to pay for that?
Yep, seller typically pays for that. Homeowners transfer doc fees. Now, some homeowners association have gotten a little bit crazy. They're starting to charge fees for stuff to the seller or buyer. If I'm working for the buyer, I'm marking those fees to my seller, okay? Because it's not my fault that you have a homeowners association that charges $50 for a questionnaire. And if there's any assessments what are assessments? What could assessments possibly be?
Like paint assessment.
Yeah, I'll give you an infamous condo project. If I said Park Place, does anybody know what I'm talking about?
What?
Park Place condos. Anybody knows where they are?
Oh, DeBar and.
Nope. Park Place are in downtown Anchorage. They're right across from New Sagaya. They were the ones that burned. So when you walked in there, if you bought in the new buildings, some of them came with assessments. Some of the assessments were gigantic. And I'm talking in the thousands of dollars per unit, okay? So assessments. So if the homeowners association is underfunded and they've had to charge money for stuff like painting or things like that, there might be assessments.
Don't they have like $475?
Yes, so one of them has $675 a month dues. Yep, they're awesome. They're beautiful though, they're very cool. Okay, appraisal. Who are we going to ask to pay for the appraisal? If I'm working for my buyer, I'm asking the seller to pay for it. Now, you're going to start seeing more and more often, if you haven't already, we're starting to counter you asking us to pay for the appraisal. What are we saying we'll do?
Will you pay for it up front and we'll pay for it at closing? Will you buyer pay for it up front and then
Seller
if
to
we get to
reimburse.
closing?
Yep, seller to reimburse.
Except on the VA, it has to be the seller.
I believe you're correct.
I think. you're
Yep, I believe you're correct. Okay. All right. So owner's title insurance. That's the big mamma jamma. Okay. That's the owner's title policy. Alta title policy. Anybody know what that is? Whose benefit is the Alta for? The bank, the lender policy. The lender requires that they have, because they are funding the money, that they have an interest in the property, and that's done on in the Alta policy. Okay. Recording fee, we're going to typically split that. Escrow closing fee, it's a requirement on a VA loan that the seller pay for it, but you would typically on another deal, you'd be splitting that. Okay. Now, if I'm doing, you guys, seller financing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean this right there. This is where you would have an escrow fee or an annual escrow fee. And this is where you would use the bank setup fee. So seller financing, this is what those boxes are for. So we set up now, and I think it costs like $500 or $600 to set up the escrow at FNBA, depending on how large the amount is. And then I think you pay like $100 a year for the servicing. Okay, it's not bad. The annual escrow fee. Okay. Assume transfer fee. I've never ever in 26 years done an assumption of a mortgage. I know that people have done them. What's assessments that could be levied? Who would do assessments on a property? Who can do assessments on a property? City? Who else? State? Who else? Appraiser? No. How about utility companies? HOA? Okay, utility companies, HOA. So let's say that your property was one where they refused to hook up to city water and sewer. Okay, or here's my other favorite thing. You know when you get those nimrods, they're called politicians, that come knock on your door and they're like, we want to bring in curb, gutter, and streetlights into your neighborhood. And you're like, I like curb, gutter, and streetlights. That sounds great. What's the problem?
How much is gonna be?
Okay, so it's going to cost you front footage. They're going to charge you front footage across the front, and if you have a side yard too, they're going to charge you side yard as an assessment. Some of these assessments are $10,000. They're $5,000. They're owed annually. There's interest on them, and they're a non-optional event. So when that Nimrod is standing in front of you saying curbs, gutters, lights, be like, no, 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 no. Okay, because it costs you money, and it's going to be a special assessment. Okay, which is also why it's important that you pull, when you guys are listing licensees, that you pull property profiles, because you know what ends up happening? They don't remember. No, they don't remember. They're just paying it in their taxes, right? They don't remember that it exists. You know, they don't remember. Okay, attorney doc prep fee. Does anybody know what the attorney doc prep fee is for? I'll tell you. An attorney writes a deed, you guys. When you go to closing, there's a deed. An attorney has written that deed. Okay, so there's an attorney doc prep. Brokerage fee, that's your commission. Smoke detectors, CO2 detectors, those are required by law. Okay. As-built survey or recert. Why am I marking that to the seller?
Seller's job to prove that this is the property.
Correct. And why are we asking sellers to update these surveys?
Because don't they change like every year?
No, they don't change every year, but what ends up happening is, especially if they're old, we've gone to a new survey system, you guys, where they're now using GIS to survey properties. And guess what we're finding out? Oh yeah, things aren't where they used to be, or they aren't where the old surveyor marked them on
What's the time frame you don't have to get that?
We kind of like to go back a year. You know, to be really honest with you. Also, if you're selling a house that has been recently constructed, I need you guys to be really careful, because what's the first thing that a buyer does on a new construction home? They go get a fence and they go get a couple sheds. Okay. So those are typically not shown. All right. If you're going to buy a multi, I have verification of deposits in here. This is just for a multi. Okay, you want verification of deposits and you're wanting to see the rent and security deposits, verification of deposits. Now, test for health authority approval. We've got well flow, quantity, basic water quality. Okay, if you're going to ask for what's called a PIWA water test, all right, that is an extremely expensive test. Yes, your buyer can ask for it. Yes, you can request that the seller pay for it. Do not be shocked and amazed when I refuse as a seller to pay for that test. I'm going to only test what I have to test. I'm not giving you a Ferrari. Plus, when you open up a PIWA, you open up a whole, and I don't mean to be gross or anything, you open up a whole can of arsenic or other issues, okay? Because then people will start to argue about the quality of the water, all right? And it is what it is, what it is, what it is, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Other specified water test if you want one, septic inspection and DEC MOA approval fees. Basically, you're going to check for quality and quantity. That's the well flow and the basic water quality. And then the septic inspection and the DEC MOA approval fees. And we're typically marking those to the seller. And I'm going to give you a break right now.
Typically, but they're negotiable.
They are negotiable, but a lot of times, like in the Muni, I've never seen a buyer pay for them. I've seen them pay for a PEWA water test, but I haven't seen them pay for a well and septic test.
But it is a negotiable.
It is.
You can always ask.
You can always ask.
Or them pay for it. I mean, I had one seller say, that's a new brand new septic leaching 2 years ago. We're not paying for that to be done again. If they want to have it tested, that's off that time.
Yeah, except that here's the deal. And what you can say is that's great. But what the municipality banker says, if you want to sell your house, that you have to provide the test. And it's not on the buyer to do it.
Okay, the municipality, we're not in the municipality.
We are in the municipality.
No, I mean this person.
Oh, this person wasn't. Okay, gotcha.
So these are all seller paid for items, basically, like to
Except for
basically,
them people.
except for the PEWA, to improve their systems.
Correct.
These are all parts of the cost.
Correct.
Tell me what the DEC approval fees are.
Can't tell you. You have to. That's in the borough. I don't know. But you can look online and find out. And it also depends on the property. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And actually, in the valley, they've got a really cool thing. They do they've got a 3-fer. They do a septic inspection, a water test, and they do a as-built for like $900.
What is that?
All kinds of companies out in the valley.
Out
It's not as rigid as it is in the Muni. How do you know if there's a well and septic? And how do you know if they're on city water and sewer? What's your giveaway for well and septic?
Around in the backyard and side yard.
If you can see them, but what ends up happening? What do people end up doing?
Down.
They cut them down to mow because they're really tough to mow around. Hey Megan, it's Jill.
Then.
Can I get your thoughts on something?
Yes.
So I had the closing close, and the buyer, I represented the buyer, it was a tenant occupied property with a single family home. She goes into the bathroom and she feels a loose tile, and so she pulls it and sees that there's no support.
Did she have a home inspection?
She did.
Okay.
And so at first she was upset with the sellers and the tenants and like they should have done this, blah, blah, blah. So I received advice as well. And the advice was the seller has, so there's nothing in the property disclosure, there's nothing talking about a leak or talking about anything like that. And we can't prove that they knew.
Because it was a tenant-owned property,
Yeah.
tenant-occupied property.
And so they had said that it would have been on the inspector because she had paid for the service. The inspector should have caught it type thing. And I know this inspector, and I know that he has gadgets that can sense
Test for moisture.
behind walls or whatever. So I advised the client, I advised the buyer that, you know, even though she's like super upset with sellers and stuff like that, but actually they fulfilled their contract, they fulfilled their obligations to us. And without proving that they knew about it.
Yeah, I don't know how we would do that.
So we're going, so I said, unfortunately, it would, you know, our best bet would, not our best bet, but unfortunately, we would have to inquire of their home inspector. You paid for the service, and unfortunately, even though he's a good one, you know, that, you know, even good inspectors miss things. So she emails the home inspector. The home inspector says, no, everything's visual. Unfortunately, I can't see this because my inspection is visual.
I don't know that would fly.
Okay, and I told her, and I'm texting her, she's CC, I'm texting her, like, be up, you know, be up, let him know that, I mean, you gotta know that he has a license insurance or whatever.
It was 8 months ago.
You have to build.
It just starts to say, who has your bond? Oh, I'm gonna visually take a look at your bond.
Okay, okay. So it's, but you agree with the way that?
Oh, yeah. Because here is the problem. You have a seller, if they filled out a disclosure statement, did they waive or they filled out a disclosure statement? They did it to the best of their ability. If it was tenant occupied, again, they're not living in the property. Unless you can prove that they had any, you could go to the seller and say, we do have an issue. I need to know if you had any repairs to the property.
Okay.
You could do that, but I don't know that I'd open up that can of worms.
I mean, they did disclose that there was a pipe leak, a frozen pipe in the utility rooms, but the bathroom, the utility room, I'm pretty sure there's some connection somewhere, but, the contractor went out there to do the assessment, and he said, no, it's not. It's from, loose clothing and
Water.
and it's not shower.
And it wouldn't shock and amaze me if when they went into the bathroom, that there wasn't a rug.
Yeah.
So again, I'm probably telling you, I think your home inspector's probably right. It was a visual inspection, and if there was a rug covering it, I don't know that I would remove the rug.
Yeah, no, he doesn't move anything, even when I turn the chair. Just
Oh,
so that you can go through.
Gotcha.
Question.
Yep.
If someone calls you about that, I have a call from Seaport, I want to get an open house.
Yep.
Miss Sally is not here, she's in a conference. She said that in one listing it was 2,981, which is, and then in another, she said it was 3,000 something. So she said there's a big discrepancy. What's the best way to answer? I said, I don't have the paperwork with me right now.
Is it your listing?
No, it's not mine, and I told her it's not my listing.
Yeah, I would say,
contact-
I'll contact the listing licensee. Perhaps there was a appraisal done where a measurement was made of the property.
Yeah, I told her that different appraisers have different results. That I don't have the paperwork to look at it, but it's not my listing.
Right. But I'm happy to try and help you. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And if the municipality has one, and did you look on the tax records to see what the meaning?
I didn't have time because I was outside.
Gotcha.
Didn't call, but I told her since it's not my listing, I don't have to say.
Right, and I think it would be best to ask Sally too.
So I just left her a message.
Perfect. Oh, and she's at the relocation.
We all put it up on.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so she,
And yeah, and
this
then
buyer,
she
already has an agent.
Okay. Oh, well, if she's already got an agent, then you don't want to.
Yeah, I was even wondering why she told me her agent.
Right. Well, probably because she's just trying to get her agent stuff. Say, you should have your agent, if you're working with somebody, you should have them. Because I'm always, don't do work for people. Unless you're gonna, do you know what I'm saying? I don't have that answer. I'm not the listing licensee. Here's a listing licensee's phone number. I don't have any additional information for you. And if you're already working with your agent, you might want to have them contact Sally. And I'm sure she'll get back to you as quickly as possible. Because if you're not working with them, you don't want to be talking to a buyer who's working with somebody else, unless there's a chance that she's going to work with you.
Because I called her this morning, seeing if she still wants to live in the house, and then she said, oh, I already have an agent.
Oh, then you're just like, perfect, you're like, there you
And then
go.
she called me now to ask about questions about the house, and I'm like, why isn't your agent calling Sally? She should know, she has been looking at the details before.
Exactly, that's exactly what I would do.
Because I just told Sally.
Maybe
Yes, absolutely. People are so lazy. Oh, yeah, they do. Or they know that, like, we have agents on floor. I used to do this all the time. I would call Prudential because you had floor agents. Not every company had floor agents. And I'd ask you to look up listings for me and give me information. Okay, thanks. You had agents on floor and they answered the phone. And they were in front of the computer and they looked up listings.
I try to do
Right, just.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, they wouldn't show you. They wouldn't show you property. I know, that's my absolute favorite. They wouldn't show you property. They wouldn't show you property. They told you to come to the open house. No, here's my better favorite, because they don't work weekends or evenings.
Oh, sweet.
Right, I did not get that memo. I did not get the memo when I signed up in real estate that we didn't work evenings and weekends. As a matter of fact, I was told that I worked evenings and weekends. Just so you know.
If anything, you won't catch me in the morning.
Yeah.
Don't call me before 9.
Okay. Yeah, but I didn't get that memo. Yeah, 9 a.m. is the killer. Okay. So, honey, can tell them what's going on. So you had a buyer from the weekend calling you up, doing what? Asking you about square footage.
Oh, yeah, so there's a buyer that was talking to me, she doesn't know that we have, she's been working with agents, wants to look at the property that they did in open house. I called her this morning and she said that, oh, I already have an agent. But then I got a call again today, she's asking me about the square footage of the home. This report, and then this, and I remember the square footage listed at 2,000 before. And I told her, well, I don't have use for that because I'm not the listing licensing. And every person that pays her the check, they have it different. I mean, there's different results. But since I don't have the paperwork, I can't answer that one right now. I'm not the listing licensing. I'm just wondering why she's working with an agent, why her agent is not contacting the listing licensing, and that doesn't make job, right?
What'd
Did
she
you
say?
suggest that to her? They,
Oh, you know, nice.
I think they always say they have an agent and they really don't sometimes.
Maybe you should call her that.
They already looked at the house.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so
So-
she did, okay.
So I was like, oh, where's the agent that was working with this person? Why is this person calling me? Calling these people?
she probably didn't have her phone. She answering the phone and she called.
That's a very good point.
Oh, yeah,
That's right.
She's like, I'm thinking
I'll
of
show you
what-
the documents I have showing square footage.
There you go. Well, we own her at now offer.
Oh, the old side.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, if somebody.
Hey, I got a client still.
They're calling out, we're like kind of, I'm not doing their job.
Oh, okay. If they're not doing their job, you're not supposed to, right? There's another person that needs help.
You're just giving information that's out there.
Unless they
I
have
can
a,
give her a call again and let her know that what Teresa told me.
Chris figures no longer.
Contact her.
It's not-
Yeah, and I mean, be friendly, because it might be a way for you to pick up a buyer who's agent, but really, don't make other people do your work for you. Look it up yourself, or contact the listing licensee. I mean, the person who's doing the open house doesn't know. I mean, they're hosting. Yep. And also, where's another place you can send a buyer, you guys?
The tax information.
MLS?
You can send them to alaskarealestate.com. That's a public side of MLS.
She probably went there and saw the difference.
Maybe, or the tax, she might have also looked on the muni tax records, right? Okay, so funds at recording. So we are a good fund state. So buyer and seller agree. There has to be cash, interbank, electronic transfer, money order, or certified check, or cashier's check drawn on a financial institution located in the state. We're on 5, funds at recording. Or any combination that permits the closing agent to convert the deposit to cash not later than the next business day. We are a good funds state. What does that mean? This means that your buyer has to provide what we call good funds in order to purchase the property. Now, the mortgage company is going to be wiring money, okay? And then they're going to be bringing the difference. Typically, we would like to see in a cashier's check. The cashier's check is made out to the title company, not to Jack White Real Estate like the earnest money check is, but it's made out to whatever title company that you're closing with. And when do you get that final amount? When do you find out? Right before closing, you're going to get a call, and they're going to have figured exactly all the prorations, okay, as of the date you're closing, and they're going to give the final amount that they're going to ask the buyer to bring to closing. You need to make sure that your buyer has enough time to get a certified check. Okay, and some title companies will do a courtesy and convert a personal check, but not very often. And I think you have to be like kind of their a super fancy person. Maybe not me. Super fancy person. But don't let your buyer look like a jerk. They have to bring a cashier's check. They have to bring it to closing. The cashier's check's made out to the title company. It's not made out to Jack White. It's not made out to you. If they make it out to Jack White, it's a really big problem, because we probably don't have enough time to cut a check back to somebody else. Okay, we're not going to be able to do that service for them. Okay, and you're typically not finding out what that amount of money is until right before the closing. So don't set your buyer up to fail. Does that make sense? So how long does it take a seller to close? Anybody know? No, how long does it take a seller to close at the closing table? They're signing about 3 documents, guys. They're signing 3 documents. Maybe, not hardly. They have to show their ID. They have to sign a couple documents. There's a seller, there's hardly anything they're signing. A buyer, what are you doing with a buyer? You're in for an hour and a half, probably minimum. Okay, and then again, they're going to ask for their ID. Okay, so make sure they know they have to bring their identification.
And not a military ID.
Not a military ID.
Really? That won't work?
Yes. No, they're not allowed to copy it.
Oh.
You're not allowed to copy like that?
I don't know why,
Oh,
but
interesting.
don't bring
State ID.
state
or-
ID, not military ID.
No Costco ID?
No Costco ID.
Yeah, Costco ain't gonna do it this time. Okay, title and survey. So the seller will convey title by statutory warranty deed. Typically, we're using statutory warranty deeds. Does anybody know the big deal about a statutory warranty deed, just so I can give you that? Statutory warranty deed means you warrant the property from the period of time that you owned it until the period of time that you sold it. Please don't ask for general warranty deeds or any other kind of fancy deeds. You're not going to get one. I'm never going to give somebody a general warranty deed. A general warranty deed says, when Jesus Christ walked the earth, I warrant the property since that period of time, or when God made the earth, I warrant the property from that period of time, and all the owners and all of the subsequent transfers of property. Nope, not going to do it. I'm going to warrant the property from the time I bought it until the time I sold it. I don't know a different deed that you're going to be able to get, okay? The property shall be made subject to restrictions contained in the plat, the deed, and covenants and conditions and restrictions, or other documents noted in a preliminary title report on or before. Again, I'm not asking a seller to order the prelim until I know that we're going to move forward with the transaction. I don't know that we're going to move forward with the transaction until after the home inspection repairs are completed. So if you guys ask me for a title report the same day that you write the offer, that doesn't make sense to me. Okay, because I'm not 100% sure that you're going to move forward with purchasing the property. So I'm probably not going to order the prelim until after the home inspection has been completed and I know that we're going to negotiate repairs and you're going to move forward with the transaction. So don't be shocked and amazed if somebody counters you back on that. So know that.
Or order prelim and appraisal at the same time.
What's that?
Order prelim and appraisal.
I like to order the prelim and the appraisal at the same time after we've negotiated the home inspection repairs and I know that we're all in it to win it. I don't want to order anything until I know that the buyer is firmly going to move forward with the transaction. And you as a listing licensee should not be wanting to spend any money unless you know that the buyer is interested in purchasing the property and going to make affirmative actions to move forward. Okay, so that's why when I see some of these crazy dates on here, you're going to see a lot of us go, this doesn't make any sense to us. Okay, so know the why. The big why is the home inspection. Now, if it were up to me and I was on the forms committee, I would have the title and survey, and I would have the appraisal after the home inspection. Title would be right after, and then appraisal. That makes sense to me, so that all the dates would make freaking sense, but that's okay. They didn't ask me. Okay, on or before, we're going to ask for a specific title company. I need you to know something. It is the buyer's absolute choice. 150%. It is the buyer's choice of title company to close at. It is a RESPA violation. A lot of listings I see is seller would prefer you to use Stewart Title. No, seller doesn't give a shit what title company they close at. It's the listing licensee would prefer to walk down from their office and go to their title company instead of driving over to your title company. Okay, that's the gig. Okay, so I don't care what title company we close at. Okay, with respect to we might have to send documents out and send them back in. Okay, or somebody might go out and do a courtesy close. I don't know. Okay, so once you see the report, okay, once you get your as-built, I'm sorry, when you get your prelim in, and let me make sure that you know another thing so that you will catch yourself out from somebody screaming, yelling, ranting, and raving at you. Who orders the prelim?
The seller.
The listing licensee.
The listing agent, yes.
Orders the prelim. If you as a buyer's licensee order a prelim, you're probably going to get somebody ripping off your neck and spitting down it. Okay, they're going to get really excited. Okay, so don't order things until it's time to order them, number one, and don't order them without checking. Now, what happens if you have a listing licensee who has gone missing? You can't get a hold of them, hasn't provided you anything. It's after the home inspection and you're waiting.
Write the email, say you're gonna do it.
Yep, write an email. Say,
FYI,
FYI, we're starting to move along. I haven't seen a copy of the prelim. If it's not ordered, we've got an agreement that we're gonna get it from Alyeska Title. If you have not ordered it by 5 p.m. tomorrow, I just wanna let you know that I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Okay?
You can't do the appraisal, however.
You can order an appraisal.
For the buyer side, if you're in.
I can order anything I want. Yep, if I'm willing to pay it for it.
Oh.
Yep, I sure can. Okay, but yeah, that gets to be a problem. Okay. Also, there's a big controversy, and you do know this controversy. There's a controversy about whether or not a seller should charge an appraisal on their credit card. In theory, a seller can charge an appraisal on their credit card. There is a fight among brokers if that means it's actually been paid for. Okay, so we would like to see sellers actually write a check to the mortgage company for the appraisal, just so you know. And typically when I sit down at my listing appointments, if I'm with a seller, I tell them there's 2 checks that I'm gonna ask them for. One would be if there's a resale certificate, I'm gonna ask them for a check for the resale certificate, and I would have already called up that association and known how much money that is, and I'm gonna ask them for a check for the appraisal when it becomes due.
So many people here like to use that left airline's card.
They really do. There just happens to be, because I could dispute the charge. Do you see that? Is it really paid, or there's all kinds of crazy.
You know, in that last transaction I was in there with Wells Fargo, the listing agent went ahead and ordered the
prelim
appraisal. Yeah, from the lender to have it done, but they were charging like $900, $1,000. And so she challenged that and said, no, this should only be $750. That's the norm. And so they let me know, she let me know they were outrageous, on what so she challenged it, and then they said they would adjust it.
Nice.
So in the end, they didn't adjust it to exactly what she said.
Right.
But they did adjust it somewhat.
And I will tell you that Residential Mortgage has done a deal with appraisers that if you do a deal at Residential Mortgage, every appraiser has agreed to a schedule because they have a 0% tolerance. I will also tell you that USAA is the absolute worst. They will charge a very high dollar amount for an appraisal, and then it's a fee for them to make money. The seller will pay for it. So you have to, if it's a USAA deal, and that's by the way, that's another lender you should write down. USAA is wonderful for a veteran buyer. It stinks for you as a listing licensee and a seller.
The appraisal period sucks.
It's just it's like dealing with I don't even know who to give you an example.
Turtle.
No, they're off in cyberspace. The people come and go. There's no regular person. You're 4 hours away, no matter what you're trying to do. You get transferred around. You have no continuity. They're very lovely to the veteran buyer. That's why, people think that USAA is one of their veteran benefits, right? When it's just an insurance company and a mortgage company. So they treat it like that. They want to use them. But they are extremely difficult to deal with if you're on the listing side, okay? Just so you know.
I've had difficulties with them on the buyer side as well.
Yeah, oh, really? Most buyers love them, love them.
No, they're really good, but I mean, we couldn't get into our home. We got in our home about a week late.
Yeah.
Because of
Yep.
them.
Well, just because you can't get a hold of them. When you can't get a hold of them, and if they don't call you back, and you're waiting days, you need an answer,
Right.
and it's awful, and you look terrible. Okay, which is why I like to work with lenders that I can go stand on their desk and be like, "Hi, yeah, I saw you trying to dive in your car, and I saw you. Okay, but here I am. I know. Where are we at? Okay, there's something really nice about being able to do that, you guys. Okay. Upon receipt of your report, you have exactly, and you need to understand this because this becomes a big deal. If your buyer wants out and you have a prelim, you can get out on the prelim. Okay, what does that mean? A prelim is a kick out, you guys. The buyer has the right to take a look at that title insurance policy, that preliminary commitment for title, and they have the right to say, yep, I agree to it, or nope, I don't. Who should be reading the prelim? You should be reading the prelim, and your buyer should be reading the prelim. Now, if they're with a common ownership, some of them are a little bit thick. Most of them are not that thick. They're just the last recorded documents on the property. Yes, ma'am?
Isn't that a good reason not to order the appraisal until the prelim has been read?
I would say 99% of you don't read prelims, which shocks and amazes me, which means that 100% of your buyers don't read them. With the exception of an attorney or an engineer or a real estate agent.
I read.
Yeah, I read prelims. Prelims will tell you a crap ton about the property, and they're very important, especially if there's something interesting that's going to show up. The only time I've ever really had a problem with the prelim, and I was really torqued off, but Pacific Northwest Title is no longer in business. They put a big stop sign. They literally put a stop sign on front of a red piece of paper with a stop sign saying that they would not issue a commitment for title. Okay. I had a property that had a cloud on the title, and I'll tell you that story in a minute. But literally, that's the only time. But it's so important that you read a prelim. It's also important that you might want to, another thing you might want to consider reading is plat notes, especially if you're working with a really, what you're starting to feel is a litigious buyer or a difficult buyer. And I put these people in certain categories. I don't mean to be mean or disparaging. They're people who read every single word. Why do you want to make sure that you know what it says before they do?
Because they're going to ask you questions.
Correct. And you don't know what the hell they're talking about. So you're just like,
well, didn't you read the prelim?
No, I didn't. I did not. I watched Game of Thrones. Okay. So you've got 3 business days to make any kind of objection. And here's the good news, bad news. It doesn't say what your objection could be.
Doesn't matter.
Does not matter. Does not matter. I can reject the property based on the prelim. Now, this is a chicken crap way out of a deal, can I just tell you? But FYI, it is a kick out. So if you've got a buyer telling you right now that they don't want to move forward with the property, now I'm going to tell you what I would do. You guys do what you want to do. So I would call Stephanie on the phone. I would say, Stephanie, I have to be really honest with you. I've got a buyer that's changed their mind. And prior to going through the home inspection and charging them some money or making you order the prelim or the appraisal, I'd like to let you know that they would like to get their earnest money back, terminate the deal, and move on. And what I would expect you to do is be like, great, no problem. Okay? Are you going to be able to fight me for the earnest money? No, because what am I going to tell you? It's a buyer kick out. You can make me go ahead and do some, you can make me go ahead and do some things, but guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to wait till you order the prelim. I'm not going to get a home inspection because they're not going to pay for one. I'm going to wait till you order the prelim, and I'm going to call you up and be like, okay, Stephanie, they don't accept the prelim, so I'm sending over the termination. Thanks very much. How about we give each other professional courtesy? If I'm telling you that my buyer wants out of the property, what you should be is gracious and say, thank you so much for the offer. I wish that we could put this together. If they do change their mind, let me know. I'll let my seller know immediately because they're saving you. By being honest with you, they're saving you, okay? And they're trying to help you out, okay? So it's to your seller's best interest to get that property back up on the market and get another offer on it as quickly as possible. It is not in your best interest to try and force someone to buy a house because they're not going to do it. Diane, am I going to force you to buy a house you don't want to buy? Is there any way that I could force you to buy a house you don't want to buy? There's nothing I can tell you that would make you buy a house you don't want to buy. Okay, so if you know this, and I don't think Diane is that unusual, you're not gonna force me to buy a house I don't wanna buy.
You're gonna lose a client that way.
Okay, so don't do it. Just be like, no problem. No problem. And as listing licensees, be no problem. I wish you guys well. Because you never know, they might come back around. So just FYI, okay? Don't fight about it. Okay, so they can object. Mineral rights may not pass with the property. How come? Yeah, they pass to the state at patent. Neither the seller nor the seller's licensee make any representation as to the location of lot corners or boundary lines. Buyer accepts sole responsibility for identifying and locating corners and boundary lines of the lot. And you as licensees do not ever put yourself in a position where you are walking lots. Okay, what can happen?
What?
Do not walk lots. Well, how about this? Have you guys ever seen kids out in a field? Have you ever seen kids with a stick with a little hoochie-nanny on the? I'm talking about a fluorescent tape on the thing, and they're playing swords with it. Guess what that might be?
Yeah.
A lot marker. Okay, rebar would be another way to mark a lot. Okay, all of a sudden, if your little boys come home with some rebar and you're like, where'd you get that rebar? Oh, they were back there and we just pulled it out of the ground. That might be someone's lot corners that they just pulled. Okay, because they don't put like 8-foot rebar into the ground, they put like 2 feet. Okay,
So you don't walk.
so I don't walk lot lines. Why?
Because you're not licensed.
I am not a surveyor. Hi, what am I looking at? Okay, looks like dirt. Okay, there's a tree. All righty.
I like to tell them, if you look at the as-built, you can call them up and they'll do a quick survey for you for a little bit of price.
Well, but what I'm telling you is I do not want you walking lot lines. What if somebody picked a stick up and moved it?
Yeah.
Okay, and by the way, fences are not lot lines. Fences are not lot lines. Fences are not lot lines. When I hear people saying, oh, well, that fence there's your lot line, my head explodes. Fences are not lot lines. Okay, believe it or not, there are people who believe in putting their fence a foot in from their lot line, and there's people that believe in putting their fence 5 foot over on their neighbor's property because that's where the pole came from off the back lot. Okay, does that make sense? They just pulled the line from the nearest connection when they did a fence in the back, not on the lot lines. And oh, if you have a DIYer, do you know what I'm talking about? A DIYer who built his own fence. Okay, fences can be anything, but a lot of them are not lot lines. Okay, so don't say that fences are lot lines. They're not. Okay, survey, as-built survey or recertification of survey shall be dated on or after. Again, if I'm typically asking for the lot to be resurveyed if it's over a year old, or if I can spy with my naked eye that they've added something, that they've expanded their deck. And remember, a recert is a bird's eye view of the property. It's the bird looking down at the property. So if they've added a second floor deck to the property that changes the ridge line, okay, from the eave and it comes out, you need a new survey. Does that make sense to you? Okay, if they've moved or changed a shed, you need a new survey. What else? They've added a driveway. You need a new survey.
Do you have any idea of how much a survey costs?
Depends on how large the property is, but a recert is about $300, and Fred Willaka will normally run out and do a as-built for about $350. He is an older gentleman. He will do it, and you can get it paid out of closing. Okay, so what does that mean? He'll do it, submit it to you, and then you can have it marked on the seller's closing costs. Okay.
So when would you not put a date and check as required by the lender unless it's like a condo where?
Correct. And then, and FYI, here's the danger. One of the things you guys are afraid to do. I'm not afraid to ask the seller to spend some money. Okay. I'm not afraid to do that. You shouldn't be either. And you should want for your buyer, because remember, resale. The day that you forget this, it's going to catch you out, okay? Because a lot of people don't want to rock the boat, and they'll just say as required by a lender. Lender is not going to require it unless there's unless the appraiser says that something's changed on it. They're just not going to require it because they don't want to get into a spat between the seller and the buyer, okay? Long story short, it's because relatively inexpensive item, and because they have been changed so much, and especially you want to think about too, if somebody's got a new septic, new well, any of those type of things, you're going to need a new survey. So one of the things you should be telling your seller when you go to list the property, if they can't put their hand on a as-built, okay, that they're going to need to find one and they may need to update it. The other thing I like to see is if you guys could be so kind as to upload surveys as part of your listing package. So if you have a survey, upload it. Okay, that's a really smart thing for you to do, because some buyers, if they see it, a licensee can say, you can look at it when you're going and looking at the property and know that nothing's changed, and they'll accept it. Does that make sense? If you're the listing licensee. But for a buyer, they're going to have to get the survey updated when they go and sell. This is just going to get more and more and more common. So you would like to have your buyer have an updated survey from when they purchase, rather than for them to have to go spend the money in the future. Okay. Now, the only thing that would be different, I would tell you, is if my buyer tells me that they're going to rip down some stuff and they're going to totally change the property, then I don't care about the survey so much. But what am I going to tell them? After you do all that work, you're going to have to get a new as-built survey. So if you're going to go in and rip up the sheds and tear down the fences and go do some landscaping work, and you're going to go widen the driveways, and you don't care about an as-built survey, that's fine. But once you're done with all that work, you're going to have to get an as-built survey updated. For when you go to sell, it's going to have to be updated. Okay. So, and if you're by the way, if you're working for the seller, again, warn them that it's pretty typical for a contract to come asking for those surveys to be updated. Okay. Especially the older the properties get, you guys. The newer the properties are, it's not as big of a deal, especially if they've been done with GIS. The older the surveys are, from 1952, yeah, I want an update. Okay, because the earthquake we had the other day might have moved something. Yeah. Did everybody feel that?
No.
Yes.
Yeah?
What earthquake?
I know. Oh, we had an earthquake just the other night. It was like, sounded like a train.
Like Saturday?
Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday.
Yeah, you're right.
Was it in the morning or night?
It was at night. Yeah, it was at night. Yeah.
I must have been driving. I'm always driving during the earthquake.
We were in the garage. We didn't
Couch.
She's got your number.
Right. Okay. Documents and disclosures required by law. Lead-based paint. What do you know about lead-based paint?
present it before.
I want it before, and who fills it out first? Seller. And where does it go when you're the listing licensee? You're going to upload it on the documents. Why?
What if it's not in documents yet?
What you're calling the listing licensee and saying, hey, I see that you're missing the lead-based paint form. Can you go ahead and have your seller fill that out?
I have an offer I want to
I have an offer that I'd like to send over.
But I need that first.
Need that? Well, you can say I need that first. I'm going to tell you the truth. Almost 99.999% of the time, let's all be honest. The seller's going to say they have no reports and they don't know anything about it. That's what I see, unless you can tell me something different, almost everything. So I'm not as excited about seeing that as I am. I actually get way more excited about, I would like to see the residential real property transfer disclosures done and uploaded to Flex, because the state law says that a buyer has the right to review the disclosure statement prior to making an offer on the property. Did you guys all get that? Prior to making an offer on the property, you want the disclosure statement. So I want it uploaded on, so what are some of the documents I want uploaded on Flex if I can get it? As-built, property disclosure, lead-based paint.
Bill of sale.
Bill of sale, that's a great one. Anything else? CC&Rs if you've got them, good.
Any sales receipts for upgrading your,
Sure.
cleaning your furnace up?
Sure. Oh, that's super smart. Go ahead and have them do a seller inspection on the heating system.
I've had somebody put home warranty on there.
Nice.
already.
Put a home warranty up if you're going to order it and you're going to have it. Seller's coverage, put that up there. Anything else?
Would you really check has not received a copy of the?
I have.
Yeah, I absolutely will say that, because the first term of my offer is going to be buyer will not waive seller's disclosure statement. And when somebody
Okay,
tells
'cause they
me that they
haven't
want a
seen it.
waiver,
But they want to see it in its contracts pending.
I'm going to tell you, I don't waive. I've had one time in my career, I think it was legit, I think I've already told you this story where the mom and dad died and the minor children were left with the property, and a attorney was the receiver and was selling the property. And then that was legitimate. That was a waiver because the minor children can't tell you anything because they're minors and mom and dad have passed away. So that's legit. That's a waiver. But other than that, you tell me I haven't lived in the property. I'm not asking you about living in the property.
You know if something happened to
That's
that property
correct.
from your
That is
tenants. Your
correct.
tenants told you.
And their taxes.
Well, and you have to fill out a tax statement. So what would you rather do? Would you rather fill out a disclosure statement or would you rather give me your taxes? I would rather you fill out a disclosure statement. Thank you.
Have you had anybody challenge that lead-based paint? In other words, let's
Oh,
say
all the
a
time. And
family's
this,
gonna come in
this
with young
torques,
kids.
you guys, this torques me off. Okay, and I'm going to just tell you. It says dwellings constructed prior to January 1st, 1978. If the house says 1978, get the lead-based paint filled out because constructed before means when was the permit pulled? Are you seriously? I've had somebody fight about this to the point where we went and got aerial photos in 1978 done. It's stupidity of the highest order. If the property says 1978, fill out a lead-based paint because it is very likely that the permit to construct the home was pulled prior to January 1st, 1978. Does that make sense?
Right, but what I was wondering is, do they check that other box that says they want the 10, I think they have a 10-day span where they
Yeah.
can get their own check done?
Yep, most of them will do that. Yep.
And so you point that out, that
Yes.
you can,
Now, the other thing is there's pamphlets that go along with this. There's a lead contaminated soil. And there's also that big Mama Jamma pamphlet on lead contaminated items. So if your buyer is buying this property, it is your responsibility not to put those aside. It's your responsibility to hand them to the buyer.
who pays for it? Let's say they want to get the house checked. They have little kids that are moving in this old house. So is it
Typically,
up to
the buyer,
buyer's
typically the
buyer?
buyer is
Okay.
going. A buyer has a right to have, in theory. Now, be careful with how far I'm going. In theory, the buyer has a right, if they want to pay for it, to have any inspection on this property done that the seller's willing to allow them to have. Okay, if I want to pay for it, and the seller's willing to allow me to do it, that means lead, that means asbestos, that means radon, that means your chimneys, that means your roof, your siding, your whatever. Okay, if you're willing to pay for it. Okay. Buyer either has or has not received a copy of the AREC disclosure. Okay, this seriously should be line 1 of our contract. This should come before the date because you're not doing this right, boys and girls. If you get to this and you don't have an AREC with this buyer, you and I need to have a serious conversation, and I'm not even kidding.
Okay, I just have a question about that. So you have your customers sign up on AREC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you need to turn it in, or you just keep it to the end?
You keep it in your file, and you would upload it to .loop. We have an electronic file management, so you're going to upload it. Okay, and we want to see your ARECs dated and timed prior to your deals. Does that make sense? Why would that be?
Time?
We want to see them dated and timed prior to you writing a deal. Why?
Oh, well.
Because it shows that you did your job right.
Correct. So if you show me a AREC dated the same moment you're writing an offer.
I've done that once though.
Okay.
Open house.
Okay,
cash
that
deal.
can happen. And by the way, if it's an
I
open
did.
house, if it happens that
Done
time,
it.
we're not going to vote you off the island, but you're going to have to tell me legitimately, I met this person, they wanted to buy the house, I wrote the offer, this is legit. But in reality, when you're taking buyers around to see properties, if you're opening a door without an AREC signed, you need to come and sit down and talk with me. Okay, because you are not doing your job. And and if you don't understand what a big deal this is, there's going to be all kinds of information that's going to be coming out about a lawsuit about disclosure. And it was about disclosure of our relationship with our buyers. It's a really big fat deal. Our company fought a 14-year lawsuit over a licensee, okay, who did not do consumer disclosure correctly. It's a big deal. So don't get caught out. So your AREC your disclosure should be first. And I hopefully would have it timed and dated before I write an offer, right? Because in theory, I should be meeting the buyer, having a conversation with them, then taking them out to show property, right? Okay. All right. Sex offenders. What's the deal about sex offenders other than they're everywhere?
That is your buyer's responsibility to view it.
Okay. Now, once you've become licensed, do you ever
No.
get on that? Okay, and please believe me, I'm not even kidding about this. Your computer, there is a licensee, get on NAR, there was a licensee whose computer was seized, and she was proven to have been giving out information about sex offenders. Okay, and she got a lawsuit filed against her because she happened to be giving out the wrong information.
Just send them to the right.
Correct. Okay.
Just
So
tell
we
them to read
are
this paragraph.
not, you are not to be giving out information about this. Number one, what if you're wrong? Okay. Number two, what if they've moved? Number three, what if Jeffrey Dahmer is living next door and you sell a house and he hasn't been caught yet? Okay. That's the really scary thing.
And you now have it as disclosure.
That is correct. And I am not going to be responsible for disclosing every perv who lives in Alaska. Okay, so stay off the website. Okay, buyer may elect to terminate the agreement. Okay, based on this investigation, and they're supposed to provide proof to you. But trust me when I tell you that is one document I will elect not to receive. Okay, so
Does the sex offender go all the way up? It can go
all the way up to the day of closing, and I'm not kidding. It is the actual ultimate nuclear bomb. But be very careful about this, guys, because karma is a jerk, right? Karma will get you. If your buyer pulls this, it needs to be legit, okay? Because there's all kinds of different things that go around with this. It doesn't say how far away they have to be, okay? It doesn't say what kind, because there are different kinds of offenders. There's a guy who peed off his deck and is a sex offender, and there's a murderer of children. Those are two completely different people, okay? So just be very careful about it.
So you have to take their word because you can't go online and check them out.
Typically what they'll do is they'll come to you with little printouts.
Does it tell you the reason why
No,
they
you
got
cannot go
We
online.
can't go
You do
online.
not go online and check. Do
No.
not.
We can ask for that printout. Is that part of
No,
the?
they'll show it to you. They'll show it to you. But if I'm the listing licensee, I want to elect not to receive that. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
disclosure, yeah.
I don't want to have to put that in my listing paperwork.
Oh, wow, yeah, because then your next buyer has to see it.
Mhm.
Didn't even
Right?
think of that.
Hello, so let's not do this.
Even as the buyer's agent, you now have that information.
Yeah, but it's not your listing. Okay, but there are buyers out there that are looking for a way to get out of the deal. Just talk to people, say, just tell me what your gig is. You don't have to come up with something to get out of a deal. There's 55 ways to get out of a deal.
And by that time, they've done that 3-day deal in. But
Yes,
now, as a buyer's agent,
Yeah.
let's say, now you bring another client to come see that house that your last client just told you you never did.
okay,
I mean, you have that information.
that is correct. What is your obligation?
To disclose.
To disclose that you were
Let's say
told,
As a buyer's agent.
you were told, okay?
I was
But-
told
but
from
what
my
else-
other
but-
buyer.
But what else would you have to say, though?
It's not verified by me.
I did not receive that information, and
It
here's,
is your
now
responsibility.
you have to go through the whole spiel. What's the whole spiel? Number one, state of Alaska, largest amount of sex offenders in the United States. That's one. Number two, not every sex offender registers. That's number two. Number three, highly mobile population. They move all the time, okay? Because typically once they're found out, what ends up happening? They get driven out of their place to live and they get driven out of their job, okay? Next, how many offenders are offending right now that are not caught? Okay, so here's a problem that I don't know that we have a solution for. That's my bottom line. Okay. So just because you think you're moving into a really super safe neighborhood, and then you find out that the guy next door.
How about when you're working with buyers, before you write an offer, you just let them go to that website?
That's absolutely their responsibility to do so, okay? And they have an opportunity to do that. Now, some listing licensees will tell you that you're given a time frame. I'm here to tell you that the federal government says that you have the right up until the day of recording to stop the deal. And are you seriously going to tell me, are you going to tell Aaron with his beautiful baby daughter that he has to move into a neighborhood that he knows that there's a sex offender? Ain't no mountain high enough. There's no way that that's going to happen.
And yet you don't want to tell the seller, but you have to tell the seller why you're leaving.
Well, if they present the conundrum, we call it a nuclear bomb. We've had a nuclear bomb go off. But I am telling you right now, when you were working with your buyers, you'll know somebody who's being legit from somebody who's being facetious. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You know somebody who's just been searching for a way out of the deal, okay? And you'll also know somebody who's stricken because they found out some information and they're heartbroken. Okay, there's a very difference in temperament over these two different people. And if somebody's looking for a way out of a deal, I can get you out. Just talk to me. Okay, but make sure it's not you that's doing the push to buy. Do you know what I'm saying? Make sure it's them that's doing the push to buy. Okay. If a resale certificate or public offering statement is required, I'm sorry, I got to go back one. The state of Alaska maintains a list of properties that have been identified by Alaska law enforcement agencies as illegal drug manufacturing sites, including meth labs. Now, I can tell you for a huge period of time, you couldn't sell a home that had been identified as a meth lab. Now the DEA is allowing, Drug Enforcement Agency, yep. The DEA is allowing meth labs to be sold. So for any information on this subject or to obtain a list of those properties, there's where you go. If buyer elects to terminate this agreement based on this investigation, they must provide the seller with written notice within the time forth set in paragraph 9L. Again, this says that they have the right, within the right and duty of inspection, to investigate anything they want, so including sex offenders and drug labs. Okay?
I don't get the drug lab part. I mean, it's not like they left all the equipment there for you to
Actually, don't laugh because I'll tell you how serious it is. There was a house that was rehabbed, and it was probably about 6 years ago. We walked in, this house was absolutely, completely, and totally rehabbed. A family went in and a baby went to the emergency room that night and died.
What?
Yes.
Because of the fumes they stick on the wall.
Yes.
Well, it's in the pipes. All the pipes have to be changed too because they flush stuff.
Yeah, so all I'm telling you is it's people who have suppressed immune systems or weak immune systems or new immune systems. They actually tried to charge that family with hurting their infant. They went to their home, they couldn't find it. They found out they were looking at houses. They went back and they found that the house had been, a seller had completely and totally renovated the house. So that baby died on a showing appointment. So it is a big deal.
Saying, yes, you can do it.
Yeah.
They have a whole list of what you have to do.
On a
required to do
showing?
it, and you have to-
What's that?
On a showing?
On a showing of a family with a baby.
That listing licensee is liable for it? Because-
No, they honestly, they were not because they were not told.
It was not disclosed.
It was not disclosed.
I don't see it though. I don't know.
It's a lab or.
I think I get that part, but I just
So
I don't know. I don't see the baby dying from a showing.
It happened. It happened in Anchorage, Alaska. It's a fact. So it happened. So, and that's why the municipality wouldn't allow them to be sold because they could not figure out how to hermetically seal it down. Okay, so you had a question.
So we're not allowed to look up the sex offender ones, but are we allowed to look up the drug lab?
I would not be looking up the drug
what if
houses
you're
again.
the one buying
Again.
the house?
If you're a buyer, you have all of the rights as a buyer.
Is it okay if we just look at it for our, like, we don't disclose it?
No, it's not because what did you just hear yourself? Is it okay if we just look at it for ourselves, just so we know, but we don't disclose it? No, what's our job? Once you know something, it's disclosure, 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 right? That's your job. Okay, so I don't mean, I'm not trying to tell you not to be informed. I'm not trying to tell you, but I am trying to save you from some liability. Does that make sense? You know, look up your own home. Look up for a house that you want to purchase yourself. Okay, so if a resale certificate or public offering statement is required by law for the transfer of this property, it's hereby agreed that the time the buyer to review these documents begins on the date buyer acknowledges in writing the receipt of the document. And this is the big fight. Hey lady, congratulations on JoJo. Okay, this is Kelly Mills, everybody. Okay, so resale, in the event of this purchase and sale agreement terminating, the buyer has received the resale certificate or the public offering statement, the buyer agrees to give it back. Why is that?
Sellers paid for it.
Yep, seller paid for it, and because they can reuse it. Does that make sense? Now, a seller may have to pay for an update if they happen to have some meeting and there's new minutes, or they update the budget, or they do something like that. So they will have to do that. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, there's a page on the front that you have everybody sign.
Yep.
and then you-
Yep. Now, typically, here's what happens, guys. Typically, you as the licensee, typically the buyer's licensee, receives the resale. Does anybody know what you should do with it immediately?
Give it to your
Give it
lender.
to your-
Okay, contact your lender and say, what documents do you need out of this? Now, one of the things I will do is I'll run it over, I'll fly my Thunderbolt over to Wells Fargo, and I'll sit down and I'll say, here you go, and I'll have them pull out all the documents, okay? What I did for Mary Ann was I literally, you do this for yourself. You'd only, and I will do it for Mary Ann, I'll do it for you, but I wouldn't do it for anybody else. I downloaded the entire resale certificate because it came on a thumb drive, and I emailed the lender, what do you need out of it? And I sent them those parts. As soon as she was satisfied with what parts, because I had the entire thing, I threw it away. Or you could upload it to .loop if you wanted to. That would be totally fine.
You asked the client first, if this is acceptable to you,
Yes.
would you mind if I went through and gave
Yes.
your lender whatever they
Yes.
need and then hand it to you?
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
And they signed for all that?
Yep.
That's fine.
And then, but the minute the clock starts ticking is the time you receive, is the time the buyer receives it. And you want those days to go by as quickly as possible because they can use the resale certificate to exit the contract. Does everybody understand that? Yep. If there's something
You
15
keep
on a
one
public,
day, they get it the next
Yes.
day, and it doesn't start for them until
they sign for it.
here.
Correct.
Okay.
They sign for it. So it used to be when it was delivered to the agent, but guess what used to happen?
Forget about it.
They would have it in their car. They would leave it at the office. It was in my purse. I forgot to give it to him.
So I have a bag.
So a resale certificate is a big deal, big deal, big deal. Not small ball, big ball. Okay. Some homeowners associations have two, not one, two resale certificates. What if I told you about Southport? Southport has a master plan declaration, and each individual neighborhood has its own resale certificate. So some of them have two. Okay.
I was just checking my emails on my transaction, and it looks like the licensee for the seller provided that information to the lender.
Okay, nice.
Sales certificate.
Very nice.
I didn't remember doing it.
Okay. So you had a nice licensee on the other side. Okay. So here's the big mamma jamma. It's section 9. Section 9 is like what I like to call your go, no go for launch. Okay. Once you get a buyer who's interested in the property, what can happen when you get to a home inspection, honey Kim?
With your buyer may not want it anymore.
Because why? Because it smells like cat pee, and they don't want to buy a condo that's
Inspector says that there's a possibility, he doesn't even want to,
continue with the home
he
inspection.
doesn't even want to say that it will go away. He says, the home inspector said, there's a chance that the smell will come back.
Okay, because they just refloored
Yeah.
And
it
use
already
kills,
happened.
they said.
and use kills. Mhm.
It already happened, came back.
Okay, so when you have a property listed, one of the things you have to know is the seller has to maintain the property during the period of time that the property is listed. They got to make their payments and they have to maintain the property. In theory, the buyer has the right to the property in the existing condition that they saw it in and or better. Okay, not worse. Okay, buyer and seller understand that we're not experts in the areas noted below, and buyer and seller should rely on experts who are qualified in these areas. We make no representations regarding the property, including whether the residents or the improvements meet current building code, safety, or other requirements. And we assume no duty to investigate, which also means you guys do not investigate properties, right? We do a little bit of due diligence, but we are not home inspectors. I'm not a code compliance officer, and I do not play one on TV.
Teresa, let me ask you, if there's a home inspector and then we're there at the property also, and after it's done, is it safe to ask the home inspector questions?
Sure, you can absolutely do that. Yep, absolutely. I actually, for the first couple years in my career, I went with home inspectors, and I just, you need to be quiet and just listen to what they're saying and what they're looking at. But you want to not talk. Yes, ma'am. I mean it, Zena. Stop talking. Stop talking.
Okay, I did this.
I know it.
I had a really timid client,
Mm-hmm.
and so what I did was, I said, can you tell us more about that?
No, that's fine.
Could you explain that a little bit more?
Better. Now that is okay with me. That's okay. But what's not okay is for you to be going, for you, the licensee, to be walking around going, okay, what about this? What about this over here? That is not okay. That is you directing the home inspector. That is outside your area of licensure. What is absolutely okay is for you to do what you were doing. I'm sorry, I have a question about this. Can you help me? That's fine. And it is, maybe I'm couching it. You can do the same thing a different way. And I'll agree to that I'm couching it that way. But you cannot tell a home inspector what to do.
No, I was kind of, I'm supporting my
Yes,
client.
and I get that. And the reason why I went with home inspectors for a really long time is I needed to understand, there's a lot about a house that I really don't know, I don't have a clue about. There's a lot of different homes you're gonna see that have different stuff in it, like HRV systems, and you're gonna see all kinds of interesting things. And Bob the Builder built the house, and they framed it with pallets, and they have all kinds of stuff. It's gonna be really interesting. So for a period of time, until you can comfortably read a home inspection, I don't find it to be a bad idea for you to be at the home inspection with your buyer, but you have to be what? Quiet. Yes, sir. Okay, good enough. All right, buyer shall have the right at buyer's expense to have a licensed contractor or other qualified professionals. Here's where you get into a little bit of a problem, and please be careful about this. You want to make sure that this is a neutral third party, right? You want to, and a lot of dads, brothers, family friends are in the trades, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they can write a home inspection report. Okay, one of the things that you have to ask is, for example, with my client who was an electrician, who wanted to do his own home inspection report, one of the things I had to ask him was, okay, I just need to ask you a question. Number one, are you gonna be able to write a letter on your company letterhead? He's like, no. Okay, then how are we gonna get a report out of you? And you're really concerned about the electrical. I'm really concerned about the electrical plus the plumbing, plus the heating, plus the roof, plus the this, plus the that. So you're an expert in this narrow field. We need somebody to look at the entire home. Well, I'm only really interested in this. I said, I understand you're only really interested in this, but really a home inspection is for not just one area of the home. It's for the whole shebang. The other thing that's really hard, and Abraham, you're gonna have a hard time with this when it comes to home inspection, because you're a contractor, you have to just listen and not direct, because you're probably gonna have a lot of answers. And it's going to probably be really hard, especially if you get a Joe Q builder who doesn't, or an inspector who doesn't really quite know what he's talking about. But you have to keep some of that information on the QT, come and talk to us about how to do that. If you are an expert in some things, you've got to be careful that, are you operating under your real estate license? Okay. Are you operating under your contractor license? Okay. Do you have a home inspector license? No? Okay, so be careful with what you're doing, okay? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my rural property.
Yes.
They were checking on costs and airfare and hotel and food, lodging. It was gonna be just, $2,000 to bring a home inspector. And so, they really don't want to do that. He already brought one of his contractor buddies with him to look at the drainage thing, which blah, blah, blah. And so what we talked about was, what we talked about with the home inspection before, how to protect the buyer.
Yep.
And now, if you're going to have your buddies come over, that's fine and wonderful, but they're not home inspectors.
Right.
That's not a report that they can give.
Are they going to be, well, they can, certainly somebody can write up a list, right?
Right.
But is it going to be on, so remember, so contractors have licenses and bonds, right? Okay, so who's going to be, what, and you have to understand, what liability are you putting the person in? Okay, so is this going to be covered under your bond, for example? Is this covered under your licensure? Right?
So I said you need a licensed bonded person if they're going to write a report and you want to turn it in as such.
I would agree that a contractor can do a home inspection report. Now, another thing that you can do is I can supply them with an example, but again, you got to be super careful about that. You better have permission from the home inspector before you do that.
Okay.
Because those home inspection reports are copyrighted and confidential to the client.
And also, so all the if, ands, or buts, I said, when you're waiving an inspection,
Mm-hmm.
or from some professional to write that up, you are basically saying, I accept the home as is.
Correct.
Even if you know you want to fix this, fix that.
Correct. That is, and we'll get there in a second. We'll get there in a second. Okay. So buyer is advised to hire the qualified, licensed, adequately insured inspector upon terms satisfactory to the buyer. Yes, sir.
Okay, so can you buy a property without an inspection?
Yes.
So it's really buyer's choice.
Yep. You can buy property. You can waive a home inspection. Absolutely.
I do not recommend it.
I do not recommend it.
I even make my clients that buy brand new construction get home inspections, because even contractors can make a mistake.
Absolutely. Yep. You can.
Even if there's no previous inspection.
Correct. There's only 2 loan programs that I'm aware that require a home inspection. One is an interest rate reduction for low-income borrowers through AHFC, and I believe there's another, if you're low income, an RD requires, are you sure? No, I don't think so. There is another low-income program that requires a home inspection, but there's only 2 programs that I'm aware of off the top of my head.
Is the IRLIB the tax one?
IRLIB is absolutely requires a home inspection report. Maybe it's HUD 180. No, I don't think it's HUD 184. It's another loan. So no, you don't have to have a home inspection. But you guys, if you're writing this contract on behalf of your buyer, you are strongly advocating for a home inspection. Why are you strongly advocating for a home inspection?
Protect your client.
It's to protect your client, okay? Because if they don't have expertise in these areas, so for example, let's use your property. What was the address, my friend, on the property, 1942 Carriage House?
521, 523.
Okay, so that property with the carriage property, if they hadn't had a home inspection done on that property, what would have your liability been?
It would have been, I would have been
You'd-
very liable.
Yeah,
Or,
right? Potentially.
Now, why would it be his liability though if it was?
Because who's the buyer going to sue first? You?
Yes,
You.
but if the buyer decided not to have a home inspection, isn't it?
That's not going to stop them. I mean, I'm sorry, when we're in accidents, what are we trying to do in an accident? Everybody's trying to find somebody to blame in an accident. And this is the largest financial purchase most people are ever making, okay? So we always advocate that somebody have a home inspection, because at least a home inspection it's a absolute, so get this one. So let's use your example, okay? So you had a buyer who just called her up because she bought a tenant-owned property. And when they got in there, they found that there was a loose tile in the bathroom, okay? And so the buyer was furious, but she had a home inspection. So when she was talking to Karen, she's not furious at Karen. Who's she furious at?
The home inspector.
The home inspector. And what is Karen doing? Go talk to your home inspector. And how beautiful is that? Okay, well, we're going to be really mad at the seller. Well, the seller filled out a disclosure statement and it was tenant occupied. Okay, so now because the seller filled out a disclosure statement, guess what? He's got his armor on. Karen's got her armor on. Now there's a home inspector. He's left out there exposed. Okay, now who's the buyer mad at? The home inspector. He's not mad at me, and he's not mad at Karen.
And the home inspector has limitations on.
Correct, correct. But
So the house comes with a home inspection already done, optional for the buyer, and they opt to look at that and say, well, I'll go with that home inspection, I won't order one. Then something happens to this home. Can this person go back to that home inspector who inspected?
No, if you didn't pay for the report, you have no rights to it. Does that make sense?
So-
Only the person who paid for the report has rights to the report. Because the report, that's why the reports, home inspection reports are done in the name of the buyer who paid for it.
So that's not a big advantage to accept a home inspection from somebody else.
You know what,
It's an old house.
I'm really neutral on that idea. I mean, I kind of perceive most home inspectors, I do believe that there is a higher quality in some of them than others. However, I am not opposed to accepting a previous home inspection report because they're all licensed, bonded, and insured. You can contact, a lot of them will not go out and do the re-inspect. That tends to be the issue because, does that make sense to everybody? If that report was for Stephanie and Karen is using the report and didn't pay for it, that home inspector doesn't like to go out and re-inspect work done for Karen. He would have done it for Stephanie, but not for Karen. Okay, and that's their prerogative, that they probably have business insurances that, that they have to worry about as well. Okay. Anybody else have any questions before we get going? Okay, I like to have neutral third parties who are not, I don't like boyfriends, I don't like dads, I don't like Joe Cube, I don't like Bob the Builder, I don't like Joe Cube Contractor. I like home inspectors. Why I like home inspectors is because they do a report. They're licensed as home inspectors, okay? That is one of the things. Some people will, we've gotten into all kinds of issues where somebody who worked at Ready Electric went out and did an inspection on a property, but because of their licenses and because of their company, they couldn't write a report to get repairs done. And obviously, if you're an electrician, you are not a plumber, right? You're not a roofer. Okay. Also, if you have if you're the girlfriend, or I'm sorry, if you're the boyfriend of the girlfriend who's buying the house, maybe you're trying to point some things out to direct the report. Does that make sense? Like you're looking for certain things, and so you're pointing those out where you might be missing something else. Okay. So we like to list more than, the couple things that you're always going to get people jacked up about is anyone qualified to do so. That's a negative, okay? Because most of us are going to say, nope, we want you to show your cards. What are your cards when it comes to home inspection? I want to know who you want to use as a home inspector. Okay, that's what I want to know. So I want you to list out some home inspectors. Okay, whatever, like several of them.
Can you just put one down?
You could put one down, but I'd be careful about doing just one. Number one, you'd want to make sure that you have within the 7 to 10 days you can get a home inspection done. And number two, you'd want to make sure you spoke to the listing licensee, and that isn't the one home inspector that they hate. Right? So one of the things I like to do, you guys, is I like to call the listing licensee and I like to ask them, and everybody kind of plays a little bit cagey, and that's totally fine. But so Stephanie, is there any home inspector that you have a real problem with? Okay, why do I want to know that? If I work for a buyer.
So you don't use that one.
So I don't put that home inspector down. Is there a good reason for that? There's a good business reason for that. If I get into a multiple offer situation, which could happen without you even knowing it, right? And you've checked with me about what kind of home inspector that I don't want to use, okay? And I'm neutral. I'm 100% neutral on home inspectors for the most part. And I don't put that home inspector down. I'm showing you that I'm good to work with. Does that make sense? Okay? And since it doesn't matter to me which home inspector we use, it's no hurt to me. Okay?
So that's source of information about.
Absolutely.
Sorry, communication.
Yep. And it's also a really good reason. If you keep hearing the same name over and over and over, which you might hear the same name over and over and over, that might tell you something. Okay.
So when you go make that phone call, yeah, I have a client here who would like to make an offer, and do you have any offers?
Yep.
She says, no, you know, why don't we? Okay, great. One other question.
I got two other questions.
Inspectors,
Yeah, is there any inspectors that you have an issue with? Okay, great. And is there any, are there a title company you prefer to close with? Okay, why do I say that? Because I don't care where we close. I really don't. It's either at your office or over, it's either at my office or over at your office. Okay, but I don't care where we close. Okay, so I'm not going to make it, I'm not going to fight over whose office we go to close. I'm just happy to go closing, because guess what happens after I get closed?
I get paid.
I get paid. So I will fly on my Thunderbolt anywhere you want to go. I don't care. Okay. So seller has to make the premises available for all inspections. Buyer has to defend, indemnify, and hold buyer, seller, brokers, and licensee harmless from all liability or property damage, including liens, claims, or personal injury. Got to talk to you about personal injury. If somebody gets injured at the property, okay, based on a home inspection, this document holds us indemnified. Okay. One of the craziest things I've ever heard of in my career was there was a buyer who was in a home inspection, was walking through property in a garage. There was a wire hanging down. Some of you have already heard this story. There was a wire hanging down. Everyone was like, no, 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 no. He jumped up, he touched it, and what happened to him?
Electrocuted.
He died. Okay?
Then and there.
Right then and there. Right then and there. And I'm pretty sure it was Peru. That was probably like 10, 15 years ago. Yeah. I mean, but yeah, don't touch stuff. Don't touch wires. Don't touch wires. Don't touch wires. Don't stand in water. Don't touch wires. Okay. The buyer's inspection may include, it's not limited to, square footage. Okay. So what do we have to tell people about square footage? It's approximate. We're relying on third parties to give us square footage. What number one third party do we all rely on? The municipality of Anchorage, the tax records. Okay, I didn't create the number, the tax, that's what the homeowner is being taxed on. Okay, what's another legitimate source? An appraiser who has gone out and measured the property. Okay. And so this would be another document I would upload. If there was a discrepancy on the square footage, I would upload the documents that you're using.
I did actually double.
Okay, awesome. What'd she say?
But I didn't tell
That person who called you?
that it is what it is on the tax records, and it's the same as what we have on that. And he probably said, buyer to verify all information, or the sale and seller has no knowledge other than documents provided. Verification listings for tax records, when it occurred, and previous listings show the difference verification, but I do not know the source.
Perfect, that's perfect, okay. So square footage, rental lease agreements, applicable school boundaries, and you guys, school boundaries change all the time, so be really, really careful about school boundaries. City and borough zoning, use and restrictions, erosion, avalanche hazards, sex offenders, pests, structural, plumbing, sewer, septic, well, quality, quantity. And here's something that's really important for you to know about well, quality, and quantity. One of the things that drives all of us crazy is your well can pass, but it can be a terrible well and septic. Does that make sense? It can barely skip by. So one of the things that we like to protect our buyers is the well, quality, and quantity has to be acceptable to the buyer. Okay? Because has anybody taken a shower with crap water pressure? And can you imagine doing that for the next 10 years of your life? Okay? So that's the big deal with wells. Okay? Is what kind of water pressure that you might get or they might expect. Heating, appliances, insulation, electric roof, soils, drainage, foundation, mechanical systems, lot corners and boundaries, code compliance, or possible or present environmental hazards like asbestos, mold, illegal drug substance or manufacturing, including meth labs, urea formaldehyde, radon gas, waste disposal sites, underground tanks, water contamination, and or other substances. Now, home inspections are not going to do a thorough job on all of these different things. Also, don't be shocked and amazed to find out that a home inspector is going to ask or require that you get the heating system inspected outside of the home inspection. Why? That is not their specialty, right? HVAC guys is an entire industry and a specialty. What other things might a home inspector not be willing to look at? They obviously can't do a well and septic. That makes sense because of COSAs, right? How about roofs? Occasionally, they won't certify roofs. What they'll do is they'll say, I'm noticing that this roof might be at the end of its useful life, and I recommend that you get a roof inspection. Okay, that opens up a whole bunch of problems. Okay, there's only one, and I don't know the name off the top of my head. There's only one guy I know of that actually goes out and just does roof inspections, and doesn't work for a roofing company, so he's not trying to get a roofing job. Does that make sense? So a lot of sellers get really agitated when it comes to having a roof inspection done, because obviously, does it make good sense to you that roofing companies are out there to make money and get roofing jobs? Okay. So buyer is responsible for researching whether the property is in a fire or road service area. Buyer understands that measurements for square footage and or dimensions may vary. It's the buyer's responsibility to verify square footage within the time limit set forth in paragraph 9C and not rely on information received from the seller, brokers, or licensees or government agencies. What do you think they mean by government agencies? The municipal tax records where we're all getting the information. That's where. Buyers advised to research land use permits, building regulation status or of building permits, final completion documentation, status of a PUR 101 and 102. Does anybody know what the 101 and 102 is? Yep, you are correct. 101 is a CO, 102 is and by the way, does anybody know where the PUR 101 and 102 comes from? Alaska Housing named a document a 101 and a 102. BEES. I don't know what it stands for, to be honest with you. PUR. Something residence, I would bet. Something residence, who knows. Zoning affecting the property, as well as a rebate and weatherization energy audit program that may or may not be available for the property. Typically, you guys, if somebody went and did their energy rebate on the property through Alaska Housing, that is property specific, not owner. Isn't that nice? Although if somebody's gone and done the energy rebate program, the house is in theory not eligible for any more money done to it. Buyer shall furnish to seller copies of all reports obtained by buyer concerning the subject property at no cost to the seller. Why we had to put that into our contracts is it's a requirement. Does it make sense to you that a home inspection becomes disclosure to the new buyer? Okay, so we have to give that document. So our contract says that once you have that home inspection done, you have to send a copy to the seller. Well, buyers were trying to hold that copy hostage because they paid for it and get the seller to pay them for the money. No, you are required to turn that document over. And we're not going to get into that, okay? We're going to turn, because it's disclosure, we're of course going to turn home inspections over to the seller at no charge to them.
Not to the lender unless requested.
Correct. Correct, it has to go to the seller, okay? Buyer and seller understands that any written reports generated as a result of any inspection and investigation of this property become a material amendment to the State of Alaska Residential Real Transfer Disclosure Statement. Upon the receipt by buyer of any such new property information, they have 3 days or 72 hours or as otherwise allowed by law to terminate the purchase agreement. So any one of you who calls me up and says, Teresa, we've got a problem. The buyer's upset about the home inspection and they want to terminate. What am I going to say? Okay, I'm really sorry to hear that. Are you sure there's not some way that we could keep this offer together? If not, be well and prosper. Okay, I'm not holding somebody in to buy a property that they don't want to buy. First of all, state law gives them a 3-day right to get out. Okay, and by the way, we don't force people to buy properties. Okay, of course, I do want to counsel a buyer that, having to change a GFCI outlet shouldn't mean that you hate the condo. I mean, it didn't change the condo overnight. There are some buyers who become ridiculous. I get that. But in theory, if there's a really big item that somebody can't see past, we need to be supportive of that. Okay, it's their money and their decision, not ours. Plus, I'm a big believer that there's another better house out there for them. Okay, now I do understand that buyers have a hard time paying for the second home inspection. Okay, they don't like that, but the way that I couch that is that $300 or $400 that you just spent just saved you $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000. So it was well worth your money to pay that money if it was a property that you just chose not to buy. And of course you would pay that money again for your next home, because what if it saves you that money again? Does that make sense? So I don't let people get really, well, I should only have to pay for one. No, that's not the gig.
The home inspector that I use, when you get a re-inspection, he only charges you $100.
I'm talking a second home inspection.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, not a re-inspect, but a second home inspection.
Okay. There are re-inspections, like
Yes.
there's something in space.
Yep.
What's that? Dave
Mortensen.
I'll never say his last name right.
Okay, so here's where this becomes really important for you. So typically within 7 to 10 days, you're getting your home inspection, guys. And then you should, within 24 hours, and I would say almost always within 24 hours of having your home inspection, you should have, of having the inspection done, you should have a report. And typically it's going to come to you by email. Okay, first thing you're doing is what?
Calling your buyer.
Reading it.
Well, yeah.
First thing you're doing is reading it. Why do you want to read it first?
So when they call you and ask questions, you can answer.
Yeah, I don't want to be surprised, right? Okay, so a lot of people will go to open up the report and they'll read only the life safety of the report. Please don't do that. Reports are getting to the point where they do life safety, recommended repairs, someday maybe repairs. They're like, maybe if you really want to help yourself someday, 10 years down the line, repairs. And buyers, when they see that, they get all jacked up. Okay, I need you to read the report. Okay, I need you to be able to match what they're saying with the body of the report. I need you sometimes to go look at, you don't know what the hell this guy is talking about. It's talking about the sill plate and the this and the that. Typically, they have taken photos. I need you to go look at the report and go, oh, okay, because your buyers can be like, what are they talking about? And you'll be able to say, if you go to page 9 and you look at the color photos, it shows you the photo of what he's talking about. And he's got the little arrow that points here. This is what he's talking about. Okay. The other thing that you might want to do sometimes is call the home inspector up and ask, is this a nothing burger? It's because some things sound terrible. They sound horrible. Like the foundation needs to be secured with these L wires and all this other kind of stuff. And you're going like, oh my God. And they're like, dude, they need to go down and screw some stuff in. It's all good. Okay. So sometimes you need to get a check for yourself to know how big of a deal is this, right?
So if you get the inspection and list a couple little minor things, it doesn't say anything
Horrible.
specific about the roof or the foundation. The customer wants to know.
Yep.
The roof's good. Honestly, well, nothing was said about it. So.
Yep. But you are welcome, based on your right and duty of inspection. If you feel it's important to get another inspection done on the roof, you can pay for that to get done. We have a 10-day window, and we just have to have permission of the seller. Okay. All right. So next thing that you're doing is you're sitting down with your seller, or your buyer, and you're chatting about what are we going to ask for on this home inspection. Now, I need you to understand something really important. If you've negotiated $10,000 in closing costs, paid for by the seller, what do you think the seller thinks when you give them a 10-page repair request?
What are you thinking?
Yeah, okay. So I think you need to be, the punishment needs to fit the crime. Does that make sense? Certain things need to be a really big deal, and other things, bless you, other things need to be not that big of a deal, okay? And we need to minimize as much as possible the total grab bag of things being done, okay? So typically, life and safety items are the ones that we're negotiating from. But it's not a give me that the buyer gets every single one of those things done. Here's a couple things I don't want to hear come out of your mouth. One is the seller has to fix everything. No, they don't. They offered you a house in the condition that it was in. They did not offer you a house fixed up. They offered you the house fixed up or with all the repairs complete, the price would have been different and they might not have negotiated as many closing costs. Okay? So you offered on a property in the I Spy condition you found it in. You are welcome to have a home inspection. That is your right. You are welcome to ask for repairs, but the punishment needs to fit the crime. Okay? If you've asked for a ton of money to be paid, don't be shocked that a seller is going to want to reduce the amount of closing cost assistance by the amount of repairs you're requesting. Or if there's a big fat item, okay, one of the things I will do if I had somebody like what happened with you, Honey Kim, if the guy came out and said, you know, I don't even think I want to complete this home inspection. I don't think this guy's going to want to buy it. There's a huge problem. I'm on the phone to the listing licensee right then and there and saying, hey, we've got a big problem. And, you know, we're not going to be able to move forward with this. Okay, I'm letting them know right on the front side that we're going to terminate right now. Or if we've got a problem, let's say it's the roof. The roof would be a good one. I'm calling the listing licensee up and I'm saying, hey, just want to let you know that the home inspector has indicated that we've got possibly a problem with the roof. The roof might be at the end of its useful life. How would you like to handle that? Would you like to go ahead and get some contractors out to get some bids? Do you want to get, what would you like to do? Because this is probably a deal killer item. Why am I letting the listing licensee know that on the front end?
Because they can put their ducks in a row and try to save the deal with you.
That we can work together to try and make the deal come through. Okay, if we can solve the roof issue, we might be able to go through, but I think the roof issue is going to be they're not going to be able to purchase the property.
Code violation. Those go under health and safety?
I can't, well, code now, you got to be careful. Code violations. What's a code violation?
Well, like handrails on the steps going down to the lower level.
Yep, that can be, because that's an easy, that is a safety item, and because that's easily fixed, that typically is going to be required to be done. But certain things can't be done. Does that make sense? And certain things are too expensive to do.
Can a lender refuse to
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so can an appraiser. An appraiser can refuse to appraise.
So there's a couple stopgaps.
Yep.
The lender said, we say, oh, well, they're not willing to do any of these health and safety.
Mhm.
So only one. The lender goes, we're gonna have those health and safety done. If that's a stopgap, that's the buyer's lender saying we can't support it.
Correct.
Is there earnings trying to be funded?
Yes.
Because no fault of their own.
Correct.
They still qualify for.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. It's not a default. Yes, ma'am.
Regarding the floor,
Yes.
it's now coming back.
Yes.
So, when you talk to the listing licensing, so they have to contact.
Susan. Yep.
You have to contact the contractor to fix that.
Yep.
Which I kind of think, telling my buyer that they can have that refixed because it's for the contractor.
Mhm.
If it comes back,
Mhm.
they should come back and fix it also. But the thing has no inspector already.
Yeah. And
So I
yeah.
can't argue.
No,
with
and
it.
you can't. And by the way, I don't argue with home inspectors. I really don't, because if they've got somebody kind of wrapped around an axle, the best I can do sometimes is to kind of give it a minute and talk about, well, okay. The most important thing for you to know is even brand new constructed homes, there's something wrong with a brand new constructed home. I promise you. Okay. Your existing home you live in, there's something wrong with it right now. I promise you. It's not perfect. We're not building Barbie dream houses. These are houses that are, when it's resale, they're used, okay? And they're they have to be in financeable condition, okay? And they have to be as safe as we can possibly get them. And again, use a reasonability test. Use a reasonability test. One of the things, and the reason why I was talking about a roof is something that you can negotiate, but you might have to get your buyer to understand, look, a seller has to sell a roof and it only has to have 2 years useful life left on it. But if they're giving you a brand new roof, that's a brand new item that has a 20 to 30 year lifespan. So what typically we do when it comes to roof guys is we ask the buyer to pay half and the seller to pay half. Because the seller has to get the roof in financeable condition. I got that. But the buyer's getting a benefit of a brand new item for 30 years. So that's a conversation that you can have with people. And you'd use what I call, this has to be reasonable. This has to be reasonable for both parties, right? It has to be reasonable for you and it has to be reasonable for you. It can't just be a grab bag for one party. Okay?
So this could extend the date of closing that loan unless you agree to take money to get it done after it closes.
You are typically not going to be able to do that. And here's another thing. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Please don't ever, ever, ever talk about escrowing repairs. Okay? There isn't a lender I know that will escrow repairs. The only time they will escrow repairs is if it physically cannot be done, like a foundation in the dead middle of 0 degrees.
Monster removal.
Yeah.
Well, then, escrow repairs,
Okay.
the money's sitting there, so it's guaranteed to get.
Except if you guys, no lender wants to do it.
Okay.
They won't do
So
it.
let's say they require that it gets done first.
Yep.
Then do I buy that down?
Then the seller's stuck with that home inspection. And that's disclosure.
That they paid for.
Yeah. But it's their home.
Yeah.
It's their home. Now, this is why too, you guys, with older homes, you might want to get a pre-home inspection done. With older homes, you might want to get a pre-home inspection done or if you look at, my house would be perfect if you saw my roof. You guys all saw my roof, right? You might be like, hey, Teresa, I think you ought to have somebody take a look at this before we put this on the market because I'm looking at it and I'm going, moss. Okay. So it possibly could get cleaned off, or possibly I might need to have something done with my roof. And wouldn't it be smart for me to do that before it goes on the market? Because when a buyer makes a price, they're making their price typically not adding cost to the home. They're coming on the bottom end, right? They want to reduce the cost. Does that make sense to everybody? Correct. Yep, you're back to step one and you still have to now disclose this. Okay.
Everybody wants to wait week to get this done.
Yep.
You keep adding
And
it.
FYI, when it starts, if something big comes up, you still can negotiate big things. If you have a willing spirit with a buyer and you have a willing spirit with a seller, meaning both of them are willing to work together, and it's your job to convince buyers that the house isn't bad. Do you know what I mean? It just has issues. Like everything has issues. Lady, you have issues.
When you do the pre-inspection, you can add that paperwork.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Don't put it online. So they wait.
No, I don't. I would not put that online. I would not.
Home inspection, pre-home inspection.
Yeah, pre-home inspection is done. If you want to make an offer, I'll be happy to share it with you.
I
Okay?
have a question.
Yes.
On number 9.
Number 9, what?
Where do I get for letter I and J? Where do I get this information? I'm working with
Buyer is responsible for researching whether a property is in a fire and a road service area. Typically, if you're in the municipality of Anchorage, you're in a fire service area. When do you have to worry about whether or not you're in a fire service area? Willow, Hillside.
But how do you figure out, where do you get all this information?
The municipality of Anchorage.
And this is my job.
Nope, it is not your job. It's the buyer's job. Buyer's job.
But if they ask me, I will tell them.
That is your
So the same letter J.
Yes, same with letter J. Buyer is advised. Now, does it say buying licensee is going to take you down to the muni? No. This says buyer is advised, right? To research land use permit, building regulations, status of building permits, final completion documentation, status of PUR 101, 102, and zoning affecting the property, as well as rebate and weatherization energy audit programs that may or may not be available for the property. By the way, do I investigate this stuff?
No.
Not even at gunpoint. Nope, I don't. Because I have, FYI, with Title 21, you have no idea what craziness might be coming down. And the other thing, remember, I keep saying, don't tell people you can drop, we can put a 2-car garage here. We can put a 2-car garage here. Quit saying that. Quit saying that. Quit saying that. Why? You might not be able to, okay? There might not be enough land area for you to do that. Okay, it's so dangerous, okay? And has anybody ever gotten a bid on a 2-car garage?
Very expensive.
It would make you cry.
Isn't it like 60,000?
Oh, my parents put $100,000. They dropped in a bucket, a 3-car garage. Terrible, terrible.
Holy cow.
Super expensive. So don't be telling somebody when they're buying this $200,000 house, they can just,
Get an RD
you
loan.
can just, yeah, no worries. Put a garage anywhere you want.
This town is like framing is not horrible, but it seems like as soon as somebody gets an excavator, it's like they're licensed to like charge.
Their license is steel. So we're gonna come back tomorrow and we're gonna finish. Oh, no, I lied to you. Tomorrow's Tuesday. You guys are like, tomorrow. You missed me so much. Wednesday. What's up? We're not done with this yet. We're finishing.
I sent you 2 emails on.
Did you?
Can you look at them real quick?
Yes.
After run, and you can text me.
Yes.
Or call me now.
Yes. What are they about? What are they about?
See what it is?
What am I doing?
We're not done with boot camp Wednesday.
No, we're not done with boot camp. What is wrong with you?
I don't know.
Are you Stephanie? So I'm Kelly Mills. So you
Iliana.
houses at Iliana. So they just finished painting in there and staging in there. So I'm gonna head over there right now and just check it out. Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do. You can't change. Yeah, hi Karen. So they painted.
What does it look like now?
Well, they got it all to one color upstairs in the very top floor, and then in that entryway, that ochre color. And then they staged it to show seating off the kitchen.
Does it look better?
It's way better.
Sweet, because that was a lot of the input was, I don't know how I would put things.
So I'm gonna probably go have
Who staged it?
360. Yeah, one of her friends. I know. So she rented furniture. It's fine. It's what it is. They were barely gonna do that. So, and I gave her 2 names that Kathy Johnson gave me.
You can only do what you can do.
I can only do what I can do.
Yeah.
And so they had her friend, who's a stager. I know, stager.
Did you go in there and go, wow, it's
Yeah.
so pretty?
I brought over several pieces of artwork from my house. Actually, I have 2 in my car right now because I want to put them back in. I went and checked on the painters at one point, drinking beer, and I'm like, oh dear. There's paint on the carpet. Their paintbrushes were in the scene. I didn't hire them. They hired them. And I met Jim over there and I just walked through with him so he could see it. And I'm just like, you need to talk to the painter. You need to talk to the contractor that's doing that hired these painters.
Right.
I mean, it's just
now.
not an easy button for that stuff. And you have to get somebody reputable. So
Yes.
I'm heading over there right now. But I am, I love it. Did they watch it?
Not, we're going.
I love that movie. I might
It's
just come in just to
amazing.
watch that because it's good. But just Chinook Run is going to close in June, the cabin. So the home inspection's done, everything's done.
Great.
They're buying it as is. They're not
Gotcha.
asking for any repairs. So now we're just trying to I know. They're fine though. They want it. And there was nothing on the home inspection that was different from the home inspection. So when you were going through that, we had a home inspection from last summer, but we did re-inspect, for $412. We
Yep.
did a whole new inspection.
Okay.
Just to make sure
Great.
we're good and clean.
Good. Okay.
So it's good. But I'm gonna go talk to Lee right now. We're gonna
So JoJo graduated.
I know. She's good. So we live